councillors. We have additions to the agenda. We have 2 additional delegations. So if I could please have, and I'm going to go to the clerk before we ask for the motion to adopt the agenda. If you could just briefly go over the changes to the Highland Gate Conceptual Park, what we need to do with respect to the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, once if council chooses to remove the Highland Gate report from the from the consent agenda, or the GC report in the consent agenda to the regular agenda, we have prepared some wording that we believe makes the amendment or the motion that was referred to, recommended by GC last week, a bit more clear for council's attention this week. So what we need is for council to take the item off onto the regular agenda and then put the new recommendation on the floor when it comes to that.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So if that item gets pulled, then there will be some different wording, just to provide some clarity to last week's direction. So thank you, Mr. Clerk. May I have a motion then to approve the agenda as amended, and that would require 2/3. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Perry, Councillor Tom. All in favor, please. Contrary? That is carried. And tonight, council, we will be doing hand vote, please. Thank you. Motion to accept the agenda has been passed, so if I may please have declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof, please. Seeing none, we're going to move into presentations. We have 2 presentations. It looks like we're going to have a number of delegations tonight, so please be advised that we will keep you to the allotted time. Presentations are 10 minutes. Delegations are 5 minutes. So for presentations, there is a warning chime at 9 minutes. The microphone will cut off at 10. For delegations, the warning chime is at 4 minutes. There's also a chime at 5, at which point the microphone will cut off. So just as long as we are all clear on that. Thank you very much. We will start with Mr. Alan Dean, Sport Aurora School Athletes of the Year. This is an exciting one. Mr. Dean, please. Ellen, you've improved your looks dramatically.
Good evening, Mayor Daw, members of council, staff, and guests. My name is Laurie Mueller, and I am the Executive Director of Sport Aurora. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Alan Dean, Chair of the Sport Recognition and Celebration Committee, a member of Sport Aurora Board of Directors, a member of the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame Board of Governors, and an honored member of the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame because of his numerous contributions to sport in our community. Here tonight to present this year's Sport Aurora Athletes of the Year 2017, Mr. Alan Dean.
Thanks, Laurie. Good evening, Mayor Daw, members of council. Thank you on behalf of Sport Aurora for the opportunity to recognize these outstanding young athletes from the Aurora school system. Each athlete was named by the school for athletic excellence in their chosen sport. The recognition of these students highlights their achievement in our community. Sport Aurora, through its member stakeholders, provides opportunities for a wide range of sports and recreation programs for people of all ages. Attracting young people into sports programs engages active minds, promotes fitness and a sense of achievement, qualities that bode well for the future. As chair of the Sport Aurora Recognition and Celebration Committee, I'm very excited to recognize these young athletes this evening. The event is an added bonus to the Sports Aurora recognition programs that we hold. Mayor Daw, members of council, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce these outstanding athletes. Unfortunately, this evening, many didn't show up, so what I'll do is I'll read out the names, and the ones that are here probably could come in the middle. Before I close, I'd like to thank the members of my committee, Kirsten, Bruce, John, Reg, Andrea, and Laurie, for all their support in putting this program together. We have some other highlights coming up later in the year where we recognize an Athlete of the Year and also a Coach of the Year. So at this point, I'd like to introduce you to these young athletes, and I can read the names, and if I read the names, could you come up to the middle, please? Olivia Farran, Jordan Babcock, Morgan Graham, Braden Futterer, Vanessa Cavella, Marco Misick, Walter Carabin, Andrea Christakakos, Andrew Sergevich, Alison Maloney, Maya Talazi, Marcus Law-Heese, Holly Biazzi, Jonathan Polini, Emily Croy, Melanie Nicholson, Ryan Weeks, Julian Neugen, Jack Sutherland, Laura Jorgensen, Christopher Jorsted, Lucinda Evely, Alex Mora, Claire Delosi, Callum Orland, Vanessa Tubernick, Ryan Nembhart, Dylan Ozols, and Andrew Flores. And Camille Karim. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council.
Thank you very much, Alan, and congratulations to all the athletes. It's great to see you, and thank you for coming out. Our next presentation is Julie Stevenson, Youth Programmer, and Gregory Peary, Youth and Community Development Coordinator, Parks and Rec, for our cultural services.
Good evening. My name is Julie Stevenson, and I am the Youth Programmer with the Town of Aurora. With me is Gregory Peary, the Acting Youth and Community Development Coordinator. The John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship Award honors the achievements of senior students who are residents of the Town of Aurora and are moving on to post-secondary education. Each year, scholarships are presented to students who are entering their first year as a full-time student at college, university, or the equivalent. We are honored to be here this evening to present the 2017 winner with their award. This year's winner is Heba Shahid. Heba recently graduated from Aurora High School and is attending McMaster University in the fall in the Life Sciences program. Heba was the president of her high school's Health Occupations Students of America Association and the Empowering Students Partnerships, vice president of Equity Council, treasurer for Student Council, and executive on her school's Relay for Life team, and member of the Town of Aurora Youth Engagement Committee.
Heba was a coordinator for her school's Peer Mentor program, which helped launch a student wellness campaign at her school using innovative design of exam anti-stress kits and activities meant to support mental health. She has demonstrated exemplary dedication to our community and volunteered almost 1,300 hours in community involvement throughout her high school career. Heba is a dedicated leader with a personal passion for programs and initiatives that develop community and promote inclusion. Her involvement in the Aurora Oral History Project, in partnership with the Aurora Historical Society, focused on bridging the gap between seniors and youth through the sharing of personal histories and the preservation of our town's heritage. Heba, we are honored to present to you, the 2017 John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship Award. Congratulations.
I'd also like to point out that Heba was a recent recipient of the Magna Give Back Awards for those 1,300 volunteer hours that Gregory mentioned. So congratulations and thank you for your service to the town. We'll now move into delegations. First delegation is Jennifer Bentley, owner, and Jeremy Hamlin, arborist, with respect to item R10, the Heritage Advisory Committee with respect to a tree removal. And I remind you once again, you have 5 minutes. There will be a chime at 4 minutes, and then the microphone will cut off when the chime rings again at 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Daw, for having us, and for council members for listening to our concerns. We recently moved to Aurora from Markham and have chosen this as the place to raise our 4 children as a long-term family community. In early February, we noted several large broken branches from very large trees at the back of our property, near telecommunication lines, and significant debris throughout the backyard, as well as damage to the new roof and eaves troughs of the home, which we had to spend money to repair already. We retained an arborist to assess the safety and viability of these trees due to the stress placed on the trees when the house was being built, which was before we purchased it. As well, both in terms of children playing in the backyard, not to mention the trees that are overhanging our roof. Jeremy, who is kind enough to be here tonight, will be speaking in more detail about his arborist assessment. But what I wanted to say is, based on all the information, we've invested months in this because we take trees very seriously. We love trees. But based on the situation we're seeing in our backyard on a daily basis, we have determined that the best course of action is to remove these trees because they do pose a safety risk. And we don't make the decision lightly. And our intent is to plant numerous trees in their place. We're not leaving it as just an empty void space because we want it to be a place we can enjoy with our family and children. We were very disappointed that our application was denied by the Heritage Committee without any consultation, discussion, third-party assessments whatsoever, and we hope that you will reconsider their decision or recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. I am going to speak specifically to some points in the handout, right out of the Northeast Old Aurora Heritage Conservation District Plan. So I'm going to move through this really quick because I am on a time limit. Item 3.1 is review of the activities in the district. In this section, it speaks only to municipal works as they relate to tree removal. It does not speak to tree removal on public lands, or private lands rather, which raises the question why this was referred to the Heritage Committee to start with. Second to that, the Heritage Permit Guide, and there is the link is there. I believe that's a 2016 publication. And again, this speaks to the reason why you would apply for a heritage permit. And again, it does not speak at all to tree removal, public or private. So moving on, back to the Heritage Conservation District Plan. Item 3.1.2 is activities that are exempt from review by the Heritage Committee. And it says planting and removal of trees and any other vegetation on private property. So maybe my interpretation or the context is misguided, I'm not sure, but the way that I read that is that this is a township matter, not a Heritage Committee matter. Regardless of that, I'm going to move forward really quickly with a few other points. The Heritage Advisory Committee, which was started in 2005, seemed to be void of any arborist consultation at all. It wasn't mentioned in any of the documents that I was able to read through, and any of the points that it did make throughout the Heritage Conservation District Plan only spoke to the preservation of trees on private or on public lands. Lastly, it did speak to removal for public health and safety. And if you refer to my arborist report, which is attached, it does say that the trees will become a safety hazard in the near future for several reasons, primarily because the pool permit that has already been issued is going to have a significant impact on the roots of these trees. So again, hopefully you'll reconsider based on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, Council, may I have a motion to receive and refer to the item? Councillors Tom and Humphreys, any questions for the delegates, please? Councillor Humphreys, if you could hit your button, please. So we.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming this evening. Is your house located in the is it the Heritage District designated district? Is that where it's located? I'm just
81 Catherine is listed in the plan in the
Heritage. Okay.
yeah.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's different rules that apply for Heritage District in terms of tree removal and things of that nature. But I'll wait to understand it later today in terms of where the Heritage Committee was coming from for that. But what are your actual concerns? I know you mentioned earlier that telephone lines and things of that nature. Is there like a concern that the trees are going to fall into your home, or?
So if you look at the tree, there's many, many branches. So several are already broken and hanging in the actual tree itself. And as well, they're very spindly. So having lived around trees my whole life, when a tree is compromised and they're spindly, when it's windy or there's a storm, those branches tend to fall. And there have been several that have already fallen, and that's why our concern is more significant than it would be as a new homeowner. So it's visible, and those trees aren't just kind of back in the end of the property, they're literally right over our roof. Like we've already had to spend several $100s on our eaves troughs because it damaged it.
No, sure, understood. And if tonight things change and the trees are allowed to be removed, what would you plant in its place?
So our intent, the primary tree we're going to plant is beech across the back of the property and along the side of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Thank you for coming out this evening. I sit on the Heritage Committee, although I was unable to make them at the last meeting. But my question is, according to the reports, and you stated during your delegation as well, that this came about as a part of a process to put in a pool. Yeah. So, were you applying for tree removal? Are you? Let me just finish my question. Were you applying for your pool first, or to have the trees removed first?
No, we have the pool permit. It's approved.
Right.
And we are in the process, and we've invested several $1,000s in that pool. And the next issue we're dealing with is the trees, because the more work we do, the more the trees are already damaged, and the more damage we do with the pool itself just makes the issue that greater of a concern.
Thank you very much for your answer and for coming out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this evening. I think you've partly answered my question, but just going on the pictures and the diagram, it looks like the trees are all adjacent to the property line, so it didn't appear that it would obstruct you installing the pool. However, it does sound like the construction may further damage the trees. Is that correct?
Yeah, the tree root system is all throughout our backyard because they literally back right onto the fence of the back of our property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions for the delegate? All in favor of receipt and refer? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We'll try and get to your item as quickly as possible. Our next delegate is Mr. Troy Howry from the Aurora Village Ratepayers Association. Remind you, sir, that 5 minutes. There's a warning chime at 4 minutes, and the microphone shuts off at 5.
Evening, Council. Town Council directed the Planning Department to create a comprehensive report outlining recommendations and options at a future General Committee meeting. While there are recommendations, the report only outlines 2 options for councillors to consider. These options are not extensive enough to thoroughly weigh the impact that this development will have on the community. The magnitude of allowing so many amendments to the promenade plan is such a significant precedent that more consideration must be directed to be sure that it is in the best interest of the community. We ask each councillor what options they considered. What are your visions for the downtown core? Are you familiar with what is permitted in the downtown area versus the upper downtown core? Are you familiar with what is permitted in the downtown? Oh, sorry, I already said that. Have you been provided with correct and thorough information from your planning office? And do you realize that the approved design? Do you realize that you approved a design with no concessions on massing? Secondly, I would like to question town council decision making. We challenge all councillors who voted to approve the AUC application during the general committee meeting to explain what reasoning they had to change their minds that the current design for the site satisfied the requirements of the promenade plan, when in the second public planning meeting on May 24th, all councillors but the Mayor Daw stated that they believed that more work needed to be done on the massing and transitioning. It is shameful that any councillor could vote to approve this application when the direction they gave was not met. We would like to remind you of your own words. Councillor Humphreys, I really hope and I believe that there will be more changes to help with all the concerns, in particular the setbacks on temperance. Councillor Maracas, I want to state that it seems that all of the conversation around the table that we are pretty much under agreement that we would like to see some more changes come back. We want everyone to still work together before it comes back to general committee. Councillor Tom, so I'm hopeful that if this goes to the general committee, that we can address some of the concerns of the residents with the massing in the rear of the structure. Councillor Thompson, it is important that we move forward to encourage ongoing dialogue and address some of the issues that have been brought forward tonight. And finally, Councillor Peary. So my only bit of advice, I've heard the planners say that they're willing to listen, keep listening and keep having conversations to move forward. So I think it's important that everyone keeps that in mind. Let's just sit with that for a second. Finally, number 3, our recommendations for council. As we have stated many times, we support the land use. We strongly object to the development as proposed. To avoid delay and great expense to everyone involved, including the taxpayers, we are requesting council consider the following. Direct that the recommendation of the general committee dated July 4th, item number 2, be received and referred along with this submission, together with other written submissions by the ARVP to the planning director, and further that staff be directed to report back to addressing how the matters presented in this, raised in these presentations have been satisfactorily addressed. Further, to direct planning director to make available a copy of the peer review document to the Ratepayers Association immediately without charge. Further, that direct the staff and planning director to convene and lead a meeting held with the applicant, residents, and a peer reviewer to explore a suitable compromise for all parties. Further, that the staff be directed to prepare a written report summarizing the outcome of the meeting negotiations and detailing a potential compromise and recommendations for council. And further, that a special council meeting be held as soon as possible as after listed items number 1 through 3 have been dealt with. Then finally, a reminder that the AUC is located in the downtown area, which has a 5-story maximum. There are no bonuses permitted in this area. The bonus of 1 story is only permitted in the downtown zone. I also want to call to your attention the number of emails where we have explained that it was not our issues that caused the delay in the meeting with the developer over the past 32 days.
Thank you, Mr. Irby. Council, may I please have a motion first to receive and refer the delegate to the item? Councillors Thompson and Gartner, thank you. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Abel.
Thank you very much for delegating, Troy. You had mentioned, because there was a big gap sort of in my mind, that on May 24th, we asked that the developer and the Ratepayers Association work together with a staff report to come back to work on the issues, basically the massing and going with the height on Temperance and Tyler. And we are under, from delegation last week, that was not able to be done because you were not able to find a time to meet. Could you sort of expand on those timelines? Because I want to be clear that you were ready and you were not afforded any time to meet.
Yeah, so no, we actually emailed all of you yesterday a timeline of exactly what happened. Basically, to sum it up, that you directed them to meet with us. The following day, they came back and asked for a meeting. We emailed that day because we disagreed with the, we were in contention with the planning department's point of view on the transitioning and angular plane. They did not respond to us, so we then said to the developer that we wanted to wait for this and again asked the planning department to chip in. That email came the next day, and that afternoon I emailed back with a set of revisions that we thought were reasonable and tried to set up a meeting, at which point they told us that they would get back to us in the near future. We did not hear a word for 32 days. We actually emailed them the day that we got the general committee meeting report, schedule and asked whether they had anything to share, and they told us that they were working and they would meet with us when they had a final plan. So in no way did we cancel any meeting. We tried our best to meet them, but we were delayed because the planning department continues to not respond to our requests.
Councillor Abel?
So, thank you. You requested the day after to wait until the planning department had responded to the angular plane, and they responded back how soon after?
They said, please let us know when you're ready, and we're willing to meet.
So how long did it take before the staff responded to your request?
The next day after, because at the same time that I sent that email, I sent it Tony Masong, and I both sent another email requesting that clarification become. The next, I think it was 4 days later, we got a response.
So we're talking just at the end of May?
Yeah. So it was all before May 29th, and we provided the developers with our improved schematics on June 2nd. So that gives them 32 days to consider that. They had plenty of time. I do not know what drawings they completed between then that were required by the planning department that were not already submitted, because the group of drawings that I saw that we finally got a hold of 2 days ago after requesting did not include any changes of significance. So,
all right, so I just want to be clear that you did send what you wanted to cover and what you thought was fair, and there was no response?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphreys, apologies.
That's great. Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming here. And I know this is very difficult for you guys, and I can hear the passion in your voice and how you've been, fighting for what you believe in. And I respect that very much. I do believe that, what's happening tonight is a zoning change. Tweaks to the plan, working together with the developer can still occur. What I heard from the developer is that, and you quoted me correctly, and how I felt that they did, after that meeting, they did go down a story or two, and they did from...
No.
May I? Can I finish?
Excuse me.
And you can answer me in a minute. And then the protruding balconies, for me, step back, and I believe there's still opportunity for some more improvement. Overall, when I look at the vision and what's there today, I believe there will be, I believe it'll be personally a lovely area that you'll love eventually. I think it's a huge change. It's a massive change, but I do believe it will be the right thing from my perspective. So again, I just want to say that I respect you coming here and continuing to work with the developer. I think can always occur.
Do I get to respond?
You can if you like, sure.
I would just like to state all those changes were made before the May 29th meeting. No changes were made after, between May 29th and the package that went in and you have voted on. None. May 24th meeting, sorry. So none have changed. And we are not scared of change. We're not at all scared of change. We want you to be held to supporting the promenade plan. This building does not fit into the promenade plan. This is,
Or the official plan.
or the official plan,
This
for that
official plan
matter.
says only 5 stories is
You're
allowed.
not allowed to talk.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions for the delegate, please? All in favor of receipt and refer to the item? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll try and get to the item as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I know.
And our last delegate is, I'm losing my place here. Ms. Wammer, I think with Ms. Bartholomew, correct? And if I remind you, you have, if you could introduce yourselves, please. You have 5 minutes. There will be a chime at 4 minutes, and then at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to save a bit of time here because we're sharing a delegation spot. And good evening. My name is Susan Wolmer, and I'm a board director with the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association. Here tonight to speak to you about the Highland Gate Parkland conceptual design. And I'm joined by Joanne Bartholomew from the Ad Hoc Park Committee. Our respective missions are to represent the interests of our membership and to provide a forum for the expression of concerns and ideas within our community. In pursuit of these goals, I think it's fair to say that the debate over specific elements of the park has led to a breakdown of the fellowship that normally characterizes our community. Joanne and I are very happy to advise you that the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association and the Ad Hoc Park Committee have come together to form a small joint committee with executive authority on the behalf of our respective memberships to work together with Highland Gate Development, Inc. to design this community park in accordance with all the requirements of the Minutes of Settlement and the technical requirements and limitations of the town of Aurora, while representing the needs and desires of all homeowners in the community. The committee will have 2 members from each Highland Gate Ratepayers Association and the Ad Hoc Park Committee, and will be chaired by David Leclerc, our president. Its mandate is to resolve to the general satisfaction of all the final details of the park, and this committee will work towards that goal over the next 2 weeks and then meet with the Director of Parks and Recreation on his return from summer vacation. We hope and trust the Director will be responsive to our plan, subject only to the technical requirements and limitations of the town of Aurora. And our goal is to resolve the outstanding issues, particularly the lighting concern, with the assistance of Highland Gate Development Consultants, and create a truly beautiful park that combines the natural surroundings of the area with the needs of the community and the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for your remarks and for the introduction. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Bob Callow and the 100-plus people who joined our Ad Hoc on the Park group. We were formed to address the concerns of the homeowners who surround this park. We've delegated to this council and to the Trails Committee, and we very much appreciate the feedback and support that we have received from both groups. We're delighted to be working with the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association as we put our heads together to come up with an alternate plan for the lighting than the one that presently exists. Our focus will be to mitigate the effects of the lighting while at the same time enhancing the absolute beauty and uniqueness of this special piece of parkland. We look forward to working with Mark Scholen and the developer. Mark is the landscape architect who prepared the conceptual park plan and spoke at the open house. We will continue to keep our homeowners appraised of the progress we make as this project continues over the next 2 weeks. We sent out an announcement to our group this morning. I think I can speak for everyone in the Highlands community when I say we are all looking forward to the completion and beautifying of this park so that we can all get on with enjoying the trails, the natural green and open spaces, and the amenities that are prescribed by the Minutes of Settlement. Mayor Daw, members of council and staff, I think if we work as a team, we will achieve a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. First of all, a motion to receive the delegation and refer. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Kim, thank you. I've got Councillors Peary, Kim, Thompson, Gardner.
Thank you. To the delegates, thank you. This is what I had suggested in the heat of the debate. I think you guys live in the area, you know the area best. We do have some constraints, but with that said, there's some wiggle room to work around and find something that works for all of the residents in the neighborhood. I would hope that you work together with Geranium so that all issues are ironed out before they come back to us. My questions to you, would you prefer that we leave the questions about the exercise equipment as well as the picnic tables to this working group to determine the best place and location for them, if at all?
If I can answer, we would prefer that the Community Park Committee look at all of the aspects and come back to you with our suggestions.
I think that's a phenomenal idea. Thank you very much, and I look forward to talking about this issue a little bit more.
Thank you, Councillor Peary. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Ms. Walmer and Ms. Bartholomew, for delegating. It's great to see both sides together and consulting on all the items. I think the obvious question that I'm sure everyone around the table is dying to ask, and I'll be the first to ask, is we know that there is a third partner in all of this, and we know the legal framework and the limitations of that framework. So my question is, have you discussed how you're going to get around that, and have you discussed with Highland Gate Development, Inc. at all?
I think it would be best that we say we have not met yet as a committee. This is a new development, but most certainly we will work with the developer to work within the framework of the minutes of settlement. But that is not something that we have had an opportunity to talk about yet. Perhaps Susan has some other comments.
So I did speak with Highland Gate Development Inc. with Cheryl, and they're also very interested in working together with us to resolve all these park issues while following the minutes of settlement. So we've had one conversation, and as soon as we form this committee, and we will move forward with other ones.
Councillor Kim.
To our attention was that there's nothing in the minutes of settlement that states that you couldn't add things. So certainly in the next couple of weeks you can consider those additions that would perhaps enhance the enjoyment of your properties and the area. And so thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you to both of you for coming this evening. My question similar to Councillor Kim's. I just wanted to know whether or not you had reached out to Geranium and had conversations, and you answered that, but certainly appreciate both organizations stepping forward and helping us to navigate these issues. So thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see both of you standing together at our podium. It's a very good example for council and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for both coming this evening. And like everyone else, I believe there's a lot of opportunity to work together and work the fine details out. And no need to be worried of other, complications. I think they can all work out. I believe we're really close to having things that are suitable for everyone. And I look forward to that. I know it'll happen. We've got the great group working together. And I'm looking forward to the resolution of that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Any other questions for the delegates? Seeing none, thank you very much. We do appreciate you coming out. We do appreciate your willingness to work together. Council, all in favor of receiving and referring the delegation? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to the consent item. A number of items that we did get through last week. Questions on any, first of all, and then I'll ask if anybody wants to pull anything and move it. Questions on any at this point? Anybody want to pull and move to regular? Councillor Gardner. I'm sorry, I had Councillor Abel, then I'll go to Councillor Gardner. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull from consent 1, the item R1, zoning bylaw amendment of the United Church.
Okay.
And I'd also like to pull item C6, closed session, just for clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gartner.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a little confused. I would like to pull something from the GC agenda. Is that what you're talking about, the Cs? So C1 and 3, please.
I'm sorry?
C1 and 3.
C1 would be the 2016 year-end budget.
Right. And C3?
Which is the de-icing materials.
Right. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Council, any other items? I'm sorry, Councillor Perry, Councillor Maracas.
Thank you. I'd like to pull C1 R2.
I'm sorry?
C1 sub R2.
The office products? R2, I apologize. And Councillor Maracas? Done. Okay, thank you. All right, I have from the consent agenda being moved to the regular agenda, excuse me, C1, C3, R1, R2, C6. Correct? We have a motion, please, to accept the items not requiring separate. Councillor Gartner.
Again, I'm a little confused. So with respect to the council meeting tonight,
I'm sorry?
are we also pulling C items with respect to the council meeting tonight? No.
They're automatically.
Thank you.
So this is just a consent agenda.
No.
Motion.
No, that there are things on the consent agenda. Yep. Yep. So no, I think we don't have to pull C4. I think it's covered in number 10. Thank you.
Ready? Thank you very much. May I have a motion to accept the items not requiring separate discussion? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Councillor Kim, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We will move then to, does anybody wish to move anything forward? Just roll. Okay, I have no request to move anything forward. We'll start with C1, which is the year-end budget report. Would someone put that on the floor, please? Councillors Gartner and Thompson. Councillor Gartner, you pulled that?
Thank you. Actually, I don't understand. This is relatively unimportant compared to some of the items that are on the agenda tonight. Nobody wants to pull the United Church forward?
This one's on the floor. It's moved and seconded.
Oh, that's what's on the floor. Thank you.
Questions, please?
I'm a little confused. I thought we were doing the year-end budget, but it's...
FS 17-011.
Okay, well, I think that we could have waited for this, but looking at the year-end operating budget for 2016, we really did well, but there's some areas of concern. One is with the supplementary tax revenue. We've anticipated it at $600,000. It's only come in at $400,000, so that's 1/3 less. That's a big difference to me. I don't know if you want to speak to it, Mr. CAO or Mr. Elliott.
Mr. Elliott?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the supplementary taxes is something that's very difficult to estimate. We are, as you know, we're working on trying to reduce our budget reliance on that, and so our planned reliance was achieved. It's just that we had expected a larger contribution to reserves than through excess supplementaries, and we didn't achieve that.
Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. It just concerns me. That's a big difference. The other one is in the wastewater deficit, and the reason given is the discharge fee. Do we, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Elliott, do we know these fees in advance when we're setting our budget?
Mr. Elliott?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the sanitary sewer discharge fees that we incur from the region of York are known, the rate is known in advance. It's the volume that we're going to produce that is unknown. And so it's difficult to forecast those. Weather comes into play, whether people are, when we have wet weather, we have infiltration into the sanitary sewer systems, and that increases the consumption that the region bills us for. Likewise, dry summers, we have a very low flow in the pipe. And so it's just like everybody else's budgets. We know what the rate is. We simply just don't know how much of that we're going, our community is going to consume as a whole.
Mr. Elliott, could I ask you to turn your microphone off? That resets the timer for us. Thank you, and then we'll, thank you, appreciate that. Councillor Gardner, back to you.
Thank you. I'll just leave it with Mr. CAO, because from what I read from the report, it says that the issue was with the discharge fee. I understand everything that Mr. Elliott said. We can't predict these things in advance, but I think that we probably know the discharge fee when we set our budget for the year. And if we don't, how can we improve upon that for our predictions? I don't need an answer now. I just leave it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. We supplementary income or revenue seems to come up, every year, and so I thought just to remind Council, perhaps through you to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, you've presented a strategy with regards to our reduction in the reliance on supplementary. What's the figure that we are working towards? If you can just give a few minutes, just sort of explain that strategy.
Mr. Elliott, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. The supplementary tax revenues, we know that right now we have a lot of development activity, and that drives a lot of supplementary tax revenue. We also know that that development activity is going to fall off quite dramatically in the coming years. And so I developed a strategy a number of years ago that said we're sitting at, we rely on $500,000 a year of supplementary tax revenue. The long-term outlook appears to be about $175,000. And so despite what we know and can anticipate is going to happen in the interim, because we're already operating high, let's begin to drop our reliance on supplementaries now while we have the chance, so that by the time we get there, we'll be at the right levels. In the interim, we will enjoy supplementary tax surpluses. And Council agreed with that strategy and saw fit to approve that approach.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. And do you remember roughly what the phased-in approach, how many years it was going to take for us to reach that number?
Mr. Elliott?
I believe it was 5 or 6 years, and we delayed 1 year already, and I think we expect to hit our target of $175,000 planned reliance in 2021 at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson? Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point I wanted to make was just to frame the deficit of $100,300. I mean, it sounds like a large number on its own, but when you frame it in the context of a $41.5 million town portion of the budget, it's the equivalent of a household budget of $100,000, and the variance is $204 at the end. So when you look at budget forecasting, I would say that's a pretty successful job if you're able to get your household budget within $204 of your 12-month forecast.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, all in favor, please. Opposed? That is carried. I think item C3 might not be too onerous. Councillor, would someone please put that on the floor? Councillor Gardner, thank you. Second. Councillor Tom. Councillor Gardner, you pulled that item?
I pulled this simply because we're back to talking about salt, and we've been trying to go in the other direction, trying various strategies. and we know how bad salt is for the environment. So I'm just mentioning it. We're only using salt at this point, different kinds of salt, but it is salt. And I would appreciate if staff could continue to work on a better solution that will work for the roads and also the environment.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Any other comments on this item? All in favor, please. Opposed? That is carried. We'll move to R1, which is the application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the United Church. And Council, if I may be so bold as to suggest, we had a pretty vigorous discussion on this last Tuesday. And I would request that we keep repetition to a minimum. I think most people heard our thoughts last week. Certainly, if you have something new that you wish to bring out, we look forward to that. Would someone please put that on the floor? Councillor Perry, thank you. Second. Councillor Thompson. Speakers, please. Councillor Gartner.
Just a couple of questions. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bruno. I did ask it last week, but I'm not sure that I understood it properly. If this is approved tonight, the official plan and zoning bylaw changes are approved, amendments are approved, and so we'll be approving a 7-story building, 6- and 7-story building, so that when it comes back to site plan, what we're doing at site plan is simply things like the color of the bricks and how it looks. It has nothing to do with the height of the building. So there will be no further chance for the residents to work with the developer after tonight if council approves this.
Mr. Muno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. If council adopts the report this evening, you're approving the official plan amendment, and there's the implementing OPA under the bylaws section to approve the official plan amendment number 14, I believe it is, to allow the increase in height from 5 to 6 stories and 7 on Temperance. So that would take effect. My recommendation is also to approve the zoning to rezone the entire property in principle. What will come back at a future date will be the formal site plan application, and then we will then tailor the zoning to that site plan application. There are still opportunities to deal with some residents' concerns and the applicant with respect to minor changes to the elevations, even the massing. But what council will be approving this evening is the increase in height.
Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. And you were kind enough to give me this information yesterday. And I never thought to ask it, the C2 zone has no height restrictions. In some of our areas in our official plan, it says a certain height or a certain number of stories. But in this case, it just says a number of stories. So the question was and is, with respect to the proposed development, the first and second floor, what would be the heights of the first and second floor, both at the front and the back of the building?
Mr. Muno, please.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the drawings that we have to date, the second story appears to be about 7.5 meters high. Again, that may change once the applicant and the architects finalize their site plan submission.
Councillor Gartner.
Follow-up. The second story is about 7.5 meters high, or the first and second together?
Mr. Muno.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. To the top of the second story.
Thank you. And that actually works out to, close to 25 feet, 24.7. And that's not the equivalent of 2 stories. That's closer to the equivalent of 2.5 stories. So that you add that, although it says it's 2 stories, in actual fact, according to how high stories usually are, which is 9 feet plus maybe a foot for concrete, we're really looking at 2.5 stories, just to be clear on that, both at the front and the back.
Mr. Muno, is that a question to Mr. Muno?
That's all, thanks for now.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers, please. Councilor Abel.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. And I made my position clear last week on this. I'm not in favor of the applicant's site plan and for us to amend to a institution in this case. I am fully in support of the rebuilding of the Aurora United Church. I've had to respond to some emails that would say that if I don't approve this rezoning, then I'm not in favor of the rebuilding of the church. And I did make that clear last week, as I do again this week. It's a matter of property that had been accumulated by the United Church, and they have wanted to get a return on their investment, and I'm all for a return on investment. Anyone is entitled to that right as a property owner. The only thing is that it would be in a sensitive area, and it should be embraced and engagement with the community and good for the community. And so this is in our promenade plan. This is an enhanced heritage zone. It's in Old Town. There are a number of policies under the province. They have what they call a provincial protection policy. And they recognize heritage and cultural resources in any part of rezoning. And these are matters that are always brought up at matters before the Ontario Municipal Board. And I would like to see a solution going forward like we see often here, and I'll use the Timberline with Brookfield, and I'll also use Geranium, where the Ratepayers Association come in before council and say they support the application. And that's what always concerns me if we don't have that, because that means that it can be held up at an OMB hearing, and we don't want that. So to be clear, council can make this decision, but if the plan is not engaged and endorsed by the ratepayers, they can take it to the OMB, and that will cause a delay. It has nothing to do with how the vote was taken at council. It has everything to do with the rights of the ratepayers, and they have the ability to appeal any decision going forward. So you do want to get that engagement. It was unfortunate that our May 24th direction did not see that engagement and did not see a solution that was taken and accepted by the ratepayers. And for whatever reason, it was not done. So I do want to remind that there was a few comments about intensification, and if you look at intensification, and you just have to look at the Ministry of Municipal Housing, and they will tell you that intensification is a livable, walkable, complete community that supports transit use. And that makes sense, and there's a few of those things that are ticked off and meet in this application, and there's a few that don't. You have to develop with architectural heritage and pedestrian orientated, and the true litmus for me is if you turn this building around from Temperance and you showed the side on Yonge Street, they would probably favor that on Temperance, saying, oh, we've got some commercial here and it's not as obstruction. But everyone would say, oh, you can't put that on Yonge Street. You can't just have 6, 7 stories going straight up with a garage. That doesn't conform. So Temperance is every bit a part of our downtown core, as is Yonge Street. And similarly, you wouldn't do this on Victoria Street. You wouldn't put a building and put that on Victoria Street, because Victoria Street is also part of the historic downtown core. So you do want to get to that end. There are a couple of great examples if you look at the municipal affairs from the province, and that support Artscape, and Witchwood Barns is one example they use. They also use one, the Port Credit Village. And the Port Credit Village took an old industrial area and revitalized it and redeveloped it. Now the developer wanted to make it big, and he wanted to make it very dense. And the ratepayers and the city objected to it, and it did go to the OMB. And the OMB said, you can develop that, but it has to be less dense and not as high. So there are precedents when you do redevelop certain areas in historic core, right before the OMB, that they'll be able to go use our official plan and use the protection under the policy statement that the province provides. They recognized cultural resources, and they will protect them, and the OMB will see to that. So I want to avoid that delay for the church. They've put in a lot of hard work. They brought a planner in. a planner that we're familiar with here at this table. We had a planner brought forward for the cultural precinct, and they wanted to bring...
Councillor. Thank you.
I would appreciate a warning next time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'll continue on.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, the report's in front of us tonight because it's the sort of the culmination of a planning application you received back in December. And just in terms of timelines, under the Planning Act, we have there's an expectation that council will render a verdict or a decision on any such applications. Where do we stand with regards to those timelines?
Mr. Ramuno, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Under the Act, council has 6 months to render a decision on an official plan amendment and 4 months on a zoning bylaw amendment. So that time period has passed.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. And secondly, I've heard comments from some that the application before us doesn't represent good planning or good planning principles, and yet you're in favor of moving forward with it. You are our Director of Planning. Can you sort of address that issue about whether or not this satisfies your assessment of good planning?
Mr. Ramuno, please.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As I've identified in our report, and I'll stand behind the recommendations in the report, I believe the application is before us, and the development proposal represents good planning and good design. And we spent a lot of time evaluating the application. We also review not only provincial policies, but our own official plan. And notwithstanding, there's an amendment to increase the height from 5 to 6 and 7 stories. It's my opinion that the application is still in keeping with the general goals and policies of our Promenade Secondary Plan.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. And while I don't think we should base our decisions on that determination, I think we should take it into consideration that should this go to the OMB, the only thing the OMB looks at is planning principles. They don't take into effect some of the other aspects that we often talk about around this table. I think that's why many of us have argued for OMB reform, because it is so limited in scope. And so I think it's important to take into consideration the comments of Mr. Ramuno that in his judgment it meets good planning principles.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Councillor Thompson asked the question that I wanted to ask, but I just want to say that I'm in favor of this application tonight, and I believe that we need to move forward with this development. And it's I know I'm repeating myself, Mayor Daw, my apologies, but I do believe it's going to be a beautiful building that we will all be proud of when it's completed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor, I'm going to go to Councillor Tom, then Councillor Gartner. They have not spoken yet. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. My question is for Mr. Ramuno, through you. Mr. Ramuno, earlier tonight, a speaker mentioned that there was no revisions after May 24th public planning meeting. But on page 9 of our report, it talks about minor revisions being submitted on the 5th of June 2017, which included a gross floor area reduction of net of 2,178 meters square. There were other revisions submitted as a part of the June 5th submission, correct?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. But again, just to be clear, the plans that were presented at the last public planning meeting on May 24th, which included the reduction in 2-story heights, those were the most significant changes. In June, the applicant did provide additional plans, and as we've identified them as housekeeping amendments, just to clearly indicate the reduction in the GFA, and again, the addition of 1 additional parking. The application of the angular plan, as I've submitted to the residents and council, and it's clear in our official plan, that's been applied as it's identified in our official plan. So the application of the angular plane is consistent with how it's outlined in our OP.
Thank you, Mayor Daw.
Go to Councillor Gartner then.
And certainly this is the one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make as a counselor. The United Church suffered a great tragedy. Some of our residents lost their spiritual home. And I, like everyone else on council, want the United Church to resume its rightful place at the corner of Tyler and Yonge. The church property is in our historic area, very important area for the town. And I was extremely disappointed last week when the developer did not present an improved plan options that would have kept the United Church viable, but would have respected our downtown heritage and the adjacent heritage residential area. As I said last week, and I think it bears to be repeated, the downtown has been protected as a heritage resource area through 30 years of official plans endorsed by many councils. And Aurora does have planning in place, planning criteria to ensure the character of this historic part of Yonge Street is honored. And there's also criteria there to ensure that the height and the size of new development does not overwhelm the heritage. You know, there's even criteria in our planning documents that talk about the commercial at the street level. Even that has to respect the built heritage form. To me, this development decision should not be based on emotion, should not be based on politics. It's a planning decision. We have an official plan that speaks to this area. In my opinion, the proposal is not in keeping with the requirements of our planning documents. It does not uphold the vision for this area, and I don't believe it's in the best interests of the Aurora community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just, I know not everybody thinks in our in what is standard imperial versus metric. So for everyone's knowledge, 2,000 meters is actually 20,000 square feet. So to have a building reduce by 20,000 square feet, I think definitely not the largest change that they've made, but I definitely think it's substantial. Councillor Abel has cherry-picked redevelopments all across the province to try and make his point and draw a contrast to what's happening here today. But it's important to remember that this isn't a redevelopment. There is no building on this site. You know, there is no substantial building on this site that we're enhancing or detracting from. There's nothing on the majority of this site, so I view this as a development. Instead of talking about examples from across the province, maybe we should look at examples here at home. Prior to 2010, when I got elected, the council had looked at the central building. I know adjacent to the central building is a very small one-story development. I'm sure that the residents in those buildings would talk about their angular planes. I would argue that though that development is much more affected by a reduction in angular plane and massing than this ever was. So I think it's important to look at, precedent-making decisions that have been made in our community. I do continue to hope that the church can work with the ratepayers in the area to find something that works for everyone. I stated that before, I state it now, but what I'm looking at now is a zoning bylaw amendment as well as an official plan amendment. And to my mind, it makes sense to allow us to go up a story in this location. I don't think that it requires bonusing, but I do think it is on our Yonge Street corridor, and to me, the height that's being requested here isn't outrageous. If they were still looking at 10 stories, if they were looking at 20 stories, then we can have a real discussion about what is outrageous. There are other buildings that are 6 stories along Yonge Street, and I'm thinking of one at Golf Links and Yonge, which from the rear is probably higher than 6 stories, very similar to this situation. Ultimately, what we have in front of us, I don't think is a travesty. I think it makes for realistic infill within the town of Aurora. And I recognize that it doesn't make everyone happy, and I truly apologize for that. But we can't make everybody happy in all circumstances, and I wish we could. It's always been my goal and objective to look at these types of developments as objectively as possible. Take the emotion out of it, as difficult as that is, and do my best to make the right decision for the right location. And for me, this development, I think the requests, the asks are fair. I don't think that they are amazing or outstanding. I know that they disappoint the neighbors and they'd love to see a lot less, but I still think that they're fair. So that's why I'll be voting in favor of it here tonight. But and just one last comment. I didn't appreciate any veiled threats that if the developers in the circumstances don't cede to all of the wishes of the ratepayers, that it's going to the OMB and that's going to cost them more time. I'd rather wait and see how things play out, and I hope that good dialogue continues throughout this process on both sides.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to applaud the Aurora Village Ratepayers Association. They certainly did all their homework, and they haven't left any stone left unturned, and their concerns are valid, and I certainly disappoints me that what will be going up will infringe upon their enjoyment of their property. But as Councillor Perry stated, it's hard to just really make a decision based on one block or two block. It has to be on a very holistic scale. And I just wanted to point out, and I don't want to repeat the things that have been said on May 24th and in January and February, but I know a couple of councillors have mentioned that it's not within our official plan, our promenade plan, but clearly the provincial policy statement says that there are room for amendments. Our official plan, promenade plans, those are guides and a roadmap to what we would like things to have in an ideal situation. But as we do know, I think I've read and seen more OPAs and OPs, so there's more adjustments than there are official plans. And so, and that's been happening for decades, many terms prior to us. So certainly official plan amendments are not unusual, and in fact they're quite frequent. And so this is not creating a plan based on a rigid box guideline. It is a dotted line because things change. So I will be voting in favor, and I look forward to the new construct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Second time around, Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to just point out that this council does protect its official plan, and it does protect its neighborhoods. We have on Cousins Street a person that accumulated 3 lots of 60 feet and wanted to divide it into 5 lots of 32 single homes, and this council refused to allow that, and that's going to the OMB. So we do stand for neighborhoods, not in this case, but it is on the record. We do have a direction to staff to prepare a report on the Temperance Street precinct, and it includes open spaces and recovering industrial lands. The Foundry has been one. Our parking lot is open space, very critical in revitalization. There's open space parking lots to the south on Temperance. Temperance is a gold mine for revitalization and bringing pedestrian and features that we have there. The more pedestrian-friendly streetscapes, wide boulevards, articulated facades, porches, balconies, landscaping, street trees, in a sentence, to respect typical small-town scale. And that's what our promenade study and our official plan will protect and will be part of any sort of review if one comes forward. Revitalization in Regent Park, just to give you an idea, that was an area that needed revitalization. They have a percentage of 150 plus for number of residents and commercial space. So we're sacrificing commercial space. We did so on the north side of Yonge at Wellington, and it is critical to have this commercial space when you are redeveloping. You want to be able to have social service providers, in-depth interviews with long-term residents. So in almost everything you read, and the FCM has some excellent guidelines, there is something called the evolution of local economic development, and indeed this year there was the revitalization of a rural downtown that 7 members here attended the FCM conference in Ottawa this year, so they may have had that opportunity. But they do speak about working with your community and relying on the community engagement to bring forth an inclusive, broader stakeholder interest, well-planned and strategic, established with goals, well-defined objectives, activities that yield measurable outputs, outcomes, and impacts. So it's proactive rather than simply waiting for something to happen or reacting to something that comes forward. And this is sort of what we are right here. We look at this and say, wow, this is going to be great for revitalization, bringing in Amica. But let me remind you that Park Place, Sunrise, Kingsway, we have a Chartwell on Mill Street. They all bring the same service, and there is no revitalization activity around there. I mean, otherwise we would have stores around these places. So we don't need another $4,000 or $5,000 a month care facility. We have plenty of those. If you go to those, you can get a spot, and I know because I have been going to all of them just recently. What is interesting is at Hadley Grange. Hadley Grange is a regional senior residence, and they have suites there that for a 2-bedroom is $1,200. And they also have rents geared on income. But there's a 10-year wait, and this is a crisis. We have to bring in some rental units that are affordable. So in the long run, had the planner, with the application, gone to the province, perhaps our MPP, like I had, you would have seen a person there that has developers waiting to bring in such housing developments, which would also be able to have commercial developments. So if you don't look around, if you don't have a planner that does that, then you're not going to be able to bring that forward for approval. So there is a broad scope of successes, phases, like in the credit union that brings in a full plan of a revitalization and with a vision and a strategy. And that is not what has taken place here. You'll often hear things like, we have all these plans, but look where our Yonge Street is now. We have vacancies, we have an empty hotel. So,
Councilor, time, please. Thank you. Councilor Marcus, you have not spoken yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, I'd just like to state that, because it was brought up about the Cousins application on Cousins Drive with looking to build 5 homes on 3 lots. Yes, this council did decide to uphold our zoning. Unfortunately, I think, and it's on the record, Councillor Abel voted against and voted in favor of allowing that to happen. So just so I put that on the record. You know, we do take seriously holding our OP, but as has been mentioned many times, our OP and our zoning needs to be flexible. We've said that many times, if there's a benefit to our community. If it wasn't flexible, if we were going to hold, and it was going to be, that's what it is, and that's what we're going to do, well, then we wouldn't have the Highland Gate development. We wouldn't have the development at Timberlane, because it doesn't meet our density targets. The list goes on and on and on of which applications would not be allowed if we could hold fast and hard to our OP and our zoning. But that's not allowed under the province and under the provincial policy statement. We all understand what would happen within an OMB hearing. This is why we've asked for those changes within the OMB. And hopefully that's what we will get with the new bill introduced, but I won't go there because I know that's straying a little bit too much, Mr. Chair. So, but I see the benefit to this application. We have a seniors residence coming in. We have an aging population. There's a benefit. We talk about the revitalization of the downtown. Yes, while it'd be great to develop this great big plan and say this is what we're going to do overall from Yonge Street all the way to Kennedy, we don't own all that property. And you can't get it all to come in at the same time. I'd love it. I think every single one of us would love to see that all come in one big application and we can get the whole downtown done in one shot. That's never going to happen because the municipality doesn't own the property. So we have to look at these and say, how are these applications coming in? Do they meet our vision moving forward? I think this does. It also has, within the plans, 8,000 or 9,000 square feet of community space. That's another benefit to this community, to this town as a whole. And ultimately, the church will be back where it rightfully belongs. So with that being said, and those benefits being mentioned, I'm in support of the application moving forward, and I'll approve this.
Thank you, Councillor Maracas. I can now go back in line here. Councillor Thompson.
Do you want to speak for the first time, Mayor Dahl?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
You know, it's been mentioned a couple times, the Timberlane Brookfield development, and I think any time we have an application before us, especially one that involves some sort of infill activity, I think we're always hopeful that you know, both the residents that live in the area and the developer can come to some sort of arrangement that everybody supports. But while we're hopeful, that's not always the case, and we recognize that. And you know, in this particular situation, you know, I certainly understand the concerns of the residents that live in the area, and you know, and I recognize that it will be a significant impact to their quality of life. But at the same time, you know, we're entrusted with making a decision that's on the benefit of the community as a whole. And similar to what I've heard around the table, you know, I do believe that there is a benefit to the community. I think the reestablishment of the church provides a significant benefit to the community. We all recognize the services and support that they provided over the years to this community, as well as some of the amenities and so forth about supporting their downtown revitalization. But I also support the recommendation of our staff. We have our Director of Planning who, in his professional expertise, has said that this is acceptable, that it's worthy of an amendment to our official plan and zoning bylaws, and that he believes it's good planning. So based on the benefit of the community and our staff's recommendation, I'll be supporting the application.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tom, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Garton, you've already spoken twice.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I appreciate that. You know, this is a tough application. Planning is one of the toughest things I think comes across the council table. As Councillor Gartner mentioned, it is tough to look through the politics and make a good planning decision, or the best planning decision that you as a councillor can make and council as a whole can make. I will note as well, Councillor Abel mentioned that you know, we're not standing up for our official plan in this case. I will also note that Councillor Abel didn't vote in favor of the Highland Gate Minutes of Settlement, which was a major revision to the official plan and zoning bylaw as well. So But going back to this application, you know, this has been a long process. The developer, although I didn't agree where they were coming from the beginning with their initial application, they have made substantial revisions. At their second public planning meeting, they've made minor revisions since then. And I think it's been made clear by our Director of Planning, not only to the fact that this is good planning, at least in his opinion, but that the developer is still willing to work with the Ratepayers Association and with the town in the interim between now and the site plan to look at even more tinkering with the plan or revisions, or, you know, negotiate as much as possible to make everyone at least as happy as they can be with the application. I'm encouraged that Mr. Ramuno feels that way. I hope that the ratepayers continue to work with the applicant in the interim between now and the site plan. I hope the town takes part in that, and I hope we can facilitate, you know, a healthy relationship and good negotiations moving forward, and so that we can at least be as happy as possible on all sides with what we finally approve at site plan and so forth. I also would hope that staff speak with the developer on an ongoing basis on what increased community benefits the town can get with respect to this development. I understand that those talks can be continuing and ongoing as we move forward in the process. So it would be my hope that that our staff does do that with the developer. And to my knowledge, I believe that is something that can be done moving forward. At the end of the day, I mentioned, and I'm reminded by the delegate to my words from the public planning meeting on May 24th. And I do believe that the United Church wants to be a good neighbor, and I believe that the ratepayers have their best interests in mind. And obviously us at the council table we want to have the town's best interest in mind as well. So we all come from a place of trying to make our community a better place and trying to do what's best for our community. And I think we still have the opportunity to do that moving forward. But as been mentioned by members of council and our planning director, this amendment is something that is within the realm of good planning. And I think that this also gives us the opportunity, as mentioned before, to allow the United Church to reclaim their spot on Yonge Street and to be a focal point of our downtown, as they have been for over a century. And so I still think there's work to do. I think that there's lots of appetite on all sides for that work to continue. And I wish everyone the best, including the United Church, moving forward. I'll support the application. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Perry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one last comment. It's really easy to deride the other members of council with coulda, shoulda, wouldas that aren't actually based that are based in hypothetical situations and aren't based in reality. I think it's important that we look at the development in front of us and deal with the issue at hand. And again, to bring everybody back, because I know we're going to be calling a question shortly, we are talking about zoning bylaw amendments as well as official plan amendments. So, that's what's in front of us. Talking about hypothetical situations, it doesn't add anything to the debate, doesn't add anything to the discussion. So I think it's time to vote, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. We will do that. So I haven't spoken yet, and I do support the application that's on the floor. I think, as I've said before, it's the right solution in the right place at the right time. I do believe that the developer has been working very diligently to make changes to become a better fit. We'll put it that way for the neighborhood. It's obviously incremental. Our obligation as members of council is to listen to all the information we get, to read the reports, and to quiz Mr. Ramuno, which we all do on a pretty regular basis, and then make a decision that we feel is in the best interest of the town as a whole. And that is our obligation. And that's not an easy obligation. I think that's pretty evident by the amount of time that we have spent discussing this particular issue. So I will support it. I do want to say one thing. There was a statement made last week in committee that the church could go ahead on its own. There was sufficient funding for the church to go ahead on its own without the Amica partnership, and that is just absolutely incorrect. As a substantial part of the business case for the United Church moving ahead, given the costs of rebuilding the church today, it's imperative that they have this partnership with Amica. And I think it's a good partnership, and I believe that the downtown will indeed benefit greatly by this addition. And I'm looking forward, as I said before, I had the misfortune to watch the old church burn down, and I'm very much looking forward to the new church going up. Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor Don. Through you, a recorded vote has been requested for the applications from the Aurora United Church for their official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment approval.
Could we separate clause 1 and then put the other 5 separate, please?
We can't separate them out because it would be, given this is essentially a planning application, it would be inappropriate to separate the clauses.
The first one is just to receive, Mr. Mayor. We do it all the time.
We could do that, and then 1 and then 2 through 6, pardon me.
Thank you.
So then just calling the vote on receiving, I presume we're all okay with receiving. Hand vote, please. Opposed? That is carried. Mr. Clerk, recorded vote.
Recorded vote on that, please, Mr.
On receiving?
Yes, I want to be on record as receiving it, please.
Very good. Mr. Clerk?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Don. Through you, a recorded vote has been requested for receiving the report regarding the applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment from the Aurora United Church. Councillor Perry, how do you vote? No. Councillor Perry votes no. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Marakis? Yes. Councillor Marakis votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. And Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. That carries.
2 through 6.
An additional recorded vote has been requested for clauses 2 through 6 with the same item with the applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment from the Aurora United Church. Councillor Humphreys, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Gartner? No. Councillor Gartner votes no. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Marakis? Yes. Councillor Marakis votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
No.
Councillor Abel votes no. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now move to our other favorite development application. And that would be the Highland Gate Conceptual Park. And just before we move that, because questions will probably go to our parks representative, I do wish to introduce Lisa Worth, who is sitting in for Al. Al is on vacation. I know that she looks almost like Al. Okay, way better than Al. So if someone would put that on the floor, and actually before we, someone would put that on the floor, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Nadarozny for a comment. Thank you. Councillor Thompson and Marakis, CAO, Mr. Yeah, we need to, yeah, what do we need to, it's pulled, so.
It wasn't administratively done, so it needs to be put on the floor. The alternate needs to be put on the floor.
Okay, so should we put this on the floor, or do we put the alternate on the floor?
Put the alternate.
Okay, so the alternate, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Marakis, you okay with the alternate? Thank you very much. Okay, I will go to Mr. Nadarozny, because there were some comments made as to, with respect to the delegates, how this may affect us going forward. So if you could please quickly comment on that.
Certainly. Oh, yes. No, I don't. Confuse me.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, given the comments from the delegations tonight, there's always the opportunity for adjustments to the minor design elements, and staff authority for that exists throughout the process. If there's something that can easily be be done at the, for the benefit of all. It's clear that no one wants to adjust the terms of the minutes of settlement, so that would be sort of our guiding goalposts, if you will, that nothing that we would entertain would be seen to adjust the terms of the minutes of settlement. And so with that in mind, nothing that has been suggested by the two groups, in my opinion, would preclude council from passing this motion as it is and allowing the process to continue.
I've got Councillor Maracus first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering from the comments that we did hear, and I think Councillor Perry will probably bring this up, should we be looking at removing A and B, considering the two groups are, everyone's going to work, the three groups are going to work together, come up with what they would like to see within there, and we heard that they don't necessarily want us as a council to exclude any specific item just at this moment. So maybe if we could, is it possible to remove those two right now and just leave it with that one clause that says to?
Yeah.
Is that a friendly, or?
Could you speak to it, please?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Daw, it appears to be a friendly amendment, and so I would advise that would be okay in this situation.
Councillor Thompson, you're okay with that? And could you please repeat that then for the rest of us? Thank you.
Absolutely. So where we will remove from clause 2 A and B, and that so the motion would be to receive, and that the features identified in the conceptual parkland design for the Highland Gate development lands that are not detailed in the minutes of settlement be approved. And so we'd also remove with the following.
Is that, and I'm fine with that. And so I just wanted to state, I wanted to thank staff for working on this wording, because I know I had some serious issues and concerns last week, and I know that filtered out through some of them. Unfortunately, the chair last week didn't agree with me, but I'm glad to see I'm glad to see that we've come to this point, and I'll actually be able to vote in favor of this week. So thank you.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, and I also appreciate the change in wording. I think it does help get all members of council on the same page. But I just wanted to state that I look forward to all groups coming forward to the podium in a few weeks or whenever, and certainly would be supportive of any reconsideration if necessary to be able to amend the design to everybody's satisfaction.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Had Councillor Maracus stated this amendment as eloquently as it's written in front of us, I would have happily agreed with him last week. No, I think this is the right path, and it's letting the residents here work on a solution themselves as opposed to getting mired in the details. So I look forward to moving in this direction without clauses A and B, as is before us, and progressing. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, last week we had some pretty colored conversations, and but they were really, I really appreciate tonight, and that the three, including staff, come together to come up with, the designs that they're going to be, everyone will be aligned to and happy with, and I think that's really what's key. I'm hoping. One of the things that I do hope to hear back is that first that everything's okay, but I'm still curious as to where the lights for the trail came from, because everyone's denying it. It's not out of order, but I'm really curious. So while they're investigating, can someone come back and say why that was put there when nobody wants it? So anyway, let's hope that it comes out nice and clear and that's decided perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors Tom and Abel.
Sorry.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Dunn. I'll be brief. I just want to thank again the members who are here from the ad hoc committee and from the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association, and just thanks again for coming and for willing to work together on all the residents in your area's behalf. And certainly would have been a lot shorter last week had that been the case then, but better late than never, as they say. And again, I really thank you guys for working together for your community. Thank you.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it is encouraging to see ratepayers and concerned citizens all working together with an open mind with our staff and the developer. I mean, this is how council makes good decisions, when there's that engagement, good dialogue, exchange of ideas. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of innovative ideas to resolve this, and for me, it's very encouraging to see.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Other speakers for the first time? Councillor Maracas for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might have misspoke when I asked to remove those 2 clauses, because I'm kind of getting a nod from the residents that they didn't really necessarily want us to remove those items. So I'd prefer to put them back. I thought that was what they wanted to do, and they wanted to work together within that. So I'd prefer to put those back in then, if that's the case, and then we can just vote on it, and if anyone else wants to remove it. So it wouldn't be a friendly change.
Okay, where are you now?
I want it back originally the way it was.
Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, but I'm the one that asked to remove it.
Okay, let's not go down the rabbit hole here, folks. Okay, well, we have a bunch of speakers, not friendly, so. Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 2 groups have said they're going to work together. I think we should just leave it as it was. Take out the A and B, let them figure it out together. Let's not get in the middle.
I'm sorry, Councillor Gartner. Sarah, you need to go back. We're actually voting on the other one.
We're now voting on
discussing the
this?
other one, pardon me. That's the one.
I'm sorry, we're voting on this, or we're discussing
That's
this?
what's on the floor right now.
Fine, thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that we're saying it's not a friendly amendment to begin with, but I believe it would have been to keep it there. One thing to keep an open mind, it was something that was not tied to the minutes of settlement, so they can still come back to us if they don't need it. So it's not a crucial issue. So if the team decides to remove picnic tables and add the garbage receptacles or cans, that's fine. So you're no risk to change that.
Okay, I do.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
Just wanted to add that,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you. I do want to point out that we're talking a conceptual parkland design. And if you recall, we had lots of discussion about the conceptual town park, Library Square design. So let's keep that we're looking at conceptual here, and I don't think anything is going to go crazy out of this. So calling the vote as for the motion on the floor, excuse me. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We have one last item from the consent agenda that was moved forward, and that is the closed session council public minutes of May 16th and May 23rd. Someone move and second that, please. We can put that on the floor. Councillor Thompson, thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Tom. Councillor Abel, you pulled that? Yeah, you said you had a clarification request. Item C6 with council closed session public minutes from May 16th and May 23rd.
Mr. Mayor, the reason I brought this forward was just a matter of clarification. I draw your attention, please, to C6, which is consideration of items requiring discussion in closed session on a proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land of the Town of Local Board of the Municipal Agri Closed Session Report, Letter of Intent 89 Mosley. And on a recorded vote, there were 8 in favor and 1 voting nay. That was myself. And the only reason I brought that up was because Councillor Thompson was quoted in the Aurora as saying I had voted in favor of it. So I just wanted to make that clear for council and for the public that I did not, and I'm not pursuing it any further than that. And just
Thank
wanted
you,
that for
Councillor Abel.
clarification.
Councillor Perry, on this item?
Just through you to our clerk. Michael, was this your first meeting?
Mr. Durand.
Through you, Mayor Dodd. No, one of my first closed session meetings, but no, it wasn't my first one.
So the only reason Thank you. The only reason I ask is I'm listed as both absent from the meeting as well as being the mover for a few of the motions. So if we could just look at it, I thank you.
We will look into that, Councillor Perry. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Just following up on Councillor April's comments, I know I had indicated that he was well aware of what we were talking about, but if I inferred that he voted differently than he did in closed session or in open session, then I apologize for misstating.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. If there's no other comments, all in favor of receipt of those minutes and with the correction as requested by Councillor Perry. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Council, it is 10 minutes to 9. We would normally take our break at 9. We can push through. We should be having the tree discussion for these delegates who are here, but I don't think we can do that in 10 minutes. That would be my suggestion. So if we could break early, we'll come back at 9, and if we could move forward the tree item. We're all good with that? 10 minutes. And we are back. If I could please have a motion to move item R10 forward. Somebody, please. Councillor Perry, Councillor Kim, excuse me. Thank you very much. All in favor, sorry. I took a break, I got to get retrained. Contrary, that's carried. Okay, R10. Someone put that on the floor, please, so we can discuss it. Councillor Gartner, thank you very much. Second, please. Councillor Kim, thank you. Speakers, please. This is specifically with respect to the delegates' request for the trees. Speakers, please. For the trees? Trees. Councillors Peary, Humphrey, and Abel.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's more appropriate to have this go through Marco or Elisa. If Al has dealt with tree things in the past, so that's why I'm not sure. But are there ways of moving forward and limiting hypothetically, which trees would be harmed? Would they all have to be taken down?
Lisa, may I go to you, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. At this point, based on the information that we've received and have reviewed in terms of the permit application and whatnot, it does look like all 5 trees do need to be removed.
5 or 6, Lisa?
6? 5.
Okay.
I thought it was. Sorry, my apologies. I believe it's 6.
Yeah, there's 4 on one property and 2 on another. Right, thank you. Councillor Perry?
So my thought process is there is a permit for a pool that could technically go in now, disturbing the roots of these trees to put the pool in. That's allowed for. My concern is if the root becomes too damaged, is there a way that we can sort of mitigate the issue to ensure that if the trees are actually very much damaged by the pool getting put in, as opposed to waiting for the trees to, really become damaged and then either fall down or whatnot, is there an option of us being able to monitor this situation in a bit of a longer term than normally we would? Because I agree with wanting to keep the trees, if possible. I'm leaning towards the belief that it likely isn't possible in the long run for those trees to stay up. But I'm trying to look for a middle ground and maybe find some compromise where the pool can be put in now and the situation can be monitored so that if the trees are becoming a danger, the term is a widowmaker for a reason. Rogue branches that fall will take somebody's life. That's what they're called. They're called widowmakers. So it would be my preference that we don't get to that point. And again, looking for some common ground.
Lisa?
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I am unable to answer that question. I would have to gather more information from our arborist and park staff.
Councillor Perry? Okay. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to understand the process. Someone wants to cut down a tree in the Northeast District. They apply to Parks and Rec for that permission and get a permit to take it down?
Lisa?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is the process at this point.
And you make that decision?
Lisa?
Yes, that approval has been delegated to the Director of Parks, Recreation.
And what was the decision by Parks and Rec?
The decision on this particular permit was It's stated in the bylaw that the Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture will not issue a permit on a heritage tree. So that's the issue here, that it's heritage trees, and that the removal needs to be approved by council following a review by the Heritage Advisory Committee. So it does state in the bylaw that the permit will not be approved if it's a heritage tree.
Thank you. And how is a heritage tree determined?
Through you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is any tree in the Heritage District is determined to be a heritage tree.
Thank you, and that's what I understood. So we made a new bylaw in, was it last term? Perhaps this term, I think we reviewed it, that the maximum trees allowed to cut is 2, and none in the Heritage District area. They would all be considered heritage. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the managing director there, is that the is that what the bylaw says? I don't have it in front of me, so.
Lisa?
The bylaw states that if a tree is subject to an application is found to be a heritage tree, the director shall not issue a permit unless the injury, destruction, or removal is approved by council following a review by the town's Heritage Advisory Committee. So I believe it would be any tree within that district.
So, and that is completely understood. I was referring to the tree bylaw outside of a heritage district. If it was in another part of town and they asked for 10 trees, what's the maximum they're allowed? I know I'm putting you on the spot. I don't mean to.
No, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware. I'm
Okay.
not that familiar with the other bylaw.
So then we'll just have to rely on my recollection unless there's someone else here. But I do believe our new tree bylaw used to be 4 per year, and after a fairly lengthy review by council and staff, we came back with 2 per year, and any after that would have to be permitted. And I think also the Heritage District, none could be allowed unless it went through a heritage review. All right, so the Heritage Committee has got this report in front of us, Mr. Mayor, and we're looking at it, R10, and it's number 6, tree removal permit. And that staff be directed to initiate steps in Part 4 designation of the, no. That's new business. That all 6 trees as part of the tree permit application at 81 Catherine and 82 remain in accordance with section 4.6, 2, and 5.7. So, and I thank whoever brought this forward. Did staff give the supplement here? Because we've got a district policy building is in sight. So who would I ask, Mr. Mayor, because it talks about trees and shrubs and fences, where exactly do these trees fall in line under these 2 areas?
Lisa or Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. My apologies, Councillor Abel, can you just repeat the question?
I don't mind. We're talking about the heritage trees because because any tree in the Northeast Heritage District is now classified as a heritage tree.
Correct.
And as such, any permit is referred to the Heritage Committee before the permit can be approved. Have I got that right?
That's correct.
Okay, fine. So it went to the Heritage Committee, and now under 4.6 and 5.7, they're asking, the Heritage Committee is asking that as part of the application, that these trees remain in accordance with 4.6.2 and 5.7. So I'm reading 4.6.2, and it's talking about mature trees should be preserved to the greatest possible extent, except where removal is necessary due to disease or damage, or to ensure public health and safety as certified by an arborist. Lost trees should be replaced. So in this application, mature trees, and I understand there's a, like how would this be reviewed and discussed in this application? Because I'm a little, I need this clarification.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Abel, you're referring to the section 4.6 out of the Heritage Conservation. That's an excerpt out of the Heritage Conservation District Plan, and so my take of that is it does refer to sort of just the general, mature trees within that district should be preserved. So it looks like these trees would fall, on the property would fall under that category of being mature trees, unless it's determined again that they're in poor condition, and that's ultimately council's decision.
Councillor?
Right. All right. So you know what? I'll let some other people speak because I see there's a big lineup, and I'll read through this and gather my thoughts and come back at the second time. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I wasn't able to attend the Heritage Committee meeting that discussed this, but I'm just wondering if one of the committee members can just sort of speak to why the committee made their recommendation and some of the comments around the table. We're fortunate enough to have staff's report, but I'd like to get a sense of what the committee's thoughts and rationale were for the decision. So I think Councillor Tom said he wasn't able to make it, but was any? Would Councillor Gardner be able to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess at the end of the day, it was pretty simple. These trees are in the Heritage Conservation District. That I believe once a district is approved, it's under the Heritage Act. And trees are not allowed to be removed there. It would be a terrible precedent to set for that whole heritage district, which the residents fought so hard for. So the committee denied it.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. I appreciate that. So, as Councillor Abel had asked, so it seems that all trees that fall within the Heritage Conservation District are subject to this process to council approval. And as Councillor Gardner stated, the Heritage Committee is not open or acceptable to cutting down some trees. They feel that would be a big loss. So I guess at the end of the day, no trees will be cut in the Heritage District. I guess that's all I have for now.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. My question is for, I guess, Mr. Amuno or someone. I don't know. Perhaps you can direct it after my question. But the delegate stated, and I think the report bears out, that the applicant applied for a pool permit and got one, and yet has said that the installation of that pool will cause damage to the trees, which is why they're here. Why would the town issue a pool permit if they weren't sure that the trees would be okay when they installed it? I mean, can you explain how that process, because, it's not clear, they didn't apply first for the trees to be removed. So the key point here is that the pool installation will be the key factor. So can you explain why that wasn't flagged?
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, it wasn't flagged. We do have a process in place where any applications, permit applications for new construction or additions or demolitions within the Heritage District are flagged to the Planning Department, and if it's considered a heritage matter, we do provide a report to the Heritage Committee and on to Council. Unfortunately, it wasn't done in this case because it was a pool permit enclosure. I've since corrected that with staff, so it was unfortunate, but the applicant did submit a pool enclosure permit, and it was reviewed by building staff, and it was issued. Not knowing to building or planning staff that there were trees that needed to come down. Since that time, obviously, the applicant did apply for the tree permit removal application, and that proceeded, unfortunately, after the pool permit enclosure application was granted.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Follow up. When you apply for a pool permit enclosure, do you have to indicate whether tree removal is necessary as part of the process to put in your pool?
Mr.
And that's in or out of the district?
Mr. Riddle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, good question. It's it probably should be indicated on the application or on a plan that's being submitted to the building department, especially if it's in the Heritage District. And again, it was unfortunate that process wasn't in place, but I've since corrected that to ensure that if there are trees in place, that staff do take a closer look and communicate with our park staff.
Councillor Tal.
I mean, this is a tough one. I mean, and again, I don't mean this in a disrespectful manner, but the staff have kind of put us up to it because, the pool permit's been issued, and yet the catch-22 is the trees, according to the arborist, are going to be damaged if they install it. So, I guess we'll have to. This is a tough one. I mean, the Heritage Committee, I wasn't at the meeting. They've recommended that the trees be maintained. The application should have been flagged to begin with. And in this case, I'm going to go with the recommendation from the Heritage Committee, and I'll be supporting their recommendation.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just a question on the permit itself, if it's possible. Can the pool or whatever is being built there be accommodated with the trees still existing?
Lisa?
I don't believe the trees can be accommodated with the proposed pool that's to be installed.
So basically, through Mr. Mayor, okay, that's actually really confusing. So we issued a permit, and we knew that the pool and whatever they're building can't be placed because the trees are in the way? Or do we believe the trees are going to get damaged because the root system will be close to whatever they're building? Can somebody clarify?
Lisa or Tasha?
Who accepts permits?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is it's a bit of both, actually. I believe some trees will have to be removed for the pool installation, and others will be damaged through the process of digging up the ground and installing the pool and may not survive.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question? I don't see any staff comments on this at all. All I see is that the Heritage Committee received the applicants coming forward to say that they think that the trees need to come down. There's an arborist. Who obtained the arborist? The owners or the town? The owners. So the owners. So staff doesn't really have an opinion in here, and maybe there's a reason for that. And if I can get that reason,
Lisa.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you do have a memo in front of you from our acting manager of parks. However, staff are simply going through the process and adhering to the bylaw in this particular case because it is heritage trees.
I'm going to go to the clerk.
is this?
Through you, Mayor Daw. In this case, Councillor Humphreys too, we wanted to get these minutes on before any break in council, so it was a bit of a rush on our part to get the minutes on, and we didn't provide time for staff to comment like we normally would with this report.
Councillor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate that, and everybody's in a hurry because they probably want to get their pool put in and everything else done before the summer moves on. But here's my concern. It is the Heritage District, and it's very important that when you purchase a home and you want to make renovations, that you realize where you're buying and that there are strict restrictions. And my concern tonight is, and I feel really bad because I know you're going to do a beautiful job on your home and it's going to look stunning. I know it is. But for me tonight, I can't support. I will support the Heritage Committee's recommendation in terms of keeping the trees, because I don't have enough information from staff that says, at the end of the day, we're going to lose these trees anyway. So I read the report as best I could tonight to get things on here, Mr. Mayor, and it wasn't a very, very negative report. There were things that, a couple of trees for sure, some can stay, but after conversation with the owners and the neighbors and trying to keep it up, it's going to cost money and investment to try to do this. So for me, I'm going to be supporting the Heritage District's perspective. My concern is, are we rushing this so much tonight that we're going to do this, but there hasn't been a good staff review? And, you know, we're rushing it for one way, but a decision may be made because of that. That may not be the right one. But for now, I'm in favor of the Heritage Committees. Okay.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm not one to dictate to homeowners what they should or shouldn't do in their property. But I do know that within the heritage area, there are certain parameters and guidelines there, and everyone living there, you know, try their best to uphold those guidelines. I'm not a heritage expert, and so I do follow the recommendations of the Heritage Advisory Committee. And I share some of Councillor Humphrey's views in that I do feel hurried on this, and for such an important decision, I don't want to make a decision just to be expeditious. I'm curious to know, in terms of a more detailed arborist report. It sounds like the 4 smaller trees have shallow roots and will have a tough time surviving, but it's not clear to me whether those trees will have a probability of a long lifespan is limited because of that shallow root system. And if that's the case, I'm not as concerned about cutting them down for a pool. But this arborist report, it doesn't really clarify that. And perhaps also, you know, maybe if the size of the pool or the pool is oriented a different way, will that give those 2 larger trees a greater chance of survival? There's still some questions I would like to have answered, and I just don't have that clarity right now to vote in favor of cutting down the trees or any of the trees. And so I'll vote in favor of the Heritage Advisory Committee's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Gartner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I feel very badly for the residents. I'd love to have a pool. I used to have a pool and it was great. But you know, whether this was rushed or not rushed or clarity, the thing is, it's in the Heritage District, and we have in front of us what the Heritage District plan says. And we don't have a choice, because by doing anything other than this, we're setting precedent for the whole area, and we can't do that.
Good, Councillor. Everybody's, before I go around for a second time, I'm not sure who the question's to, but whoever's competent, jump in. My understanding is we don't give a pool permit, or we don't issue a pool permit per se. We issue an enclosure permit. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
So that, and I recall that from putting a pool in those many years ago. And I have no idea if these folks moved in with the thought of putting in a pool, or if it jumped into their head. When we put our pool in, we were actually going out looking for a new car. And we got sidetracked. And it's been a great, certainly better than a car investment, that's for sure. So I can appreciate being in a heritage district, but at the same time, it's not an unreasonable assumption that they have decided that, notwithstanding June, that it might actually be a nice summer, and let's put a pool in. We have young kids. It's a great opportunity for them to learn to swim. It's a great opportunity for friends and family to come over. So I certainly support them going ahead, putting their pool in. I tend to come down pretty firmly on the side of landowner rights. So I will not support the recommendation that's on the floor. For a second time, I have start with Councillor Abel. Please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Maracus, you have not spoken yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that every single one of us around this table would support residents putting in a pool if they could. I think that what we have in front of us is Councillor Tom mentioned it, and I fully agree with that. We have a problem with the process. The process failed us here. We had an enclosure permit that kind of just didn't follow the proper procedure that we would normally like it to when we're talking within a heritage district, and I think that if we were to allow for the destruction of these trees, I think it does set a bit of a dangerous precedent within our heritage district. It's unfortunate. I did sit there at that heritage meeting, and there was some of the comments also were that some of the committee members, even though it wasn't mentioned, that some of them, and I think we all did get the one email from one of the members, that they could possibly see removing some of those trees, but not the two bigger, the number 5 and number 6. That obviously did not come as part of the recommendation, but some of them did have those thoughts. I lean a little bit towards that way too. I wouldn't mind, I'm okay if some of those smaller ones, I'd be okay if they went. But the two bigger ones, definitely not. I think it does set that dangerous precedent, and so I'll be in favor of the committee's recommendations moving forward. I'm glad to hear that the process has been fixed, and this won't happen again.
Councillor Abel.
Yeah, so, I went through something similar in my backyard. I had trees that were not indigenous. They were planted. I believe these spruce trees are not indigenous to the area, but a native red maple is, and they're magnificent trees. So, I'd have no issue, and I didn't in my house when I removed them, because what I did is I gained a backyard. I lost some raccoons that were on my roof, and I lost the liability of the trees coming down because they weren't planted naturally. They were planted to create a shield, and the arborist said they're going to eventually be a big problem on the roofs, either your home or someone's. It really is up to, I know in a pool enclosure that you would want some privacy and some sound barriers, so you would probably want to get plants done right away. So if you were to remove trees, you would remediate and put something back in. And I think that's every property owner's right. The Heritage Committee aren't arborists. I don't think they know details of it. We do have a bylaw that says all trees in that area should go through the Heritage Committee before, and only if they're unhealthy, it would be the only reason to remove and replant. But when I'm reading this, it talks mostly about the public realm, and through you, Mr. Mayor, the public realm, Mr. Ramuno, would be trees on the front. So this really doesn't talk about anything in the backyards. It's, as I read it, the vegetation. And then trees do mature and they become a hazard, but the report says that these trees are vibrant. So I'm sort of torn, as some of them are. The biggest liability with big trees is that if they start to succumb to disease, they fall, and that is a health hazard. So maybe what we have to do is destroy the root ball, put the pool in, and then get an arborist to say, now you've got a hazard, it's going to come down. So it becomes a more expensive thing. So I think that's the way it's going to have to work in this case, unfortunately. But my goal would be, Mr. Mayor, I would like to see a staff report on this. If we're going to weigh in on this, and I think Councillor Humphreys had this problem. I know our arborists are very good at the town, and I've seen the gentleman several times. I forget his name, and I think we have more than one. Probably with a month's time, we could have that report back on the arborist report on the 6 trees. So if I could, I would like to refer this matter to our staff and have their report on the situation come back. And that would aid probably not only the Heritage Committee, but certainly this council.
Just that, Councillor. You're referring this back to staff?
Yeah.
For an arborist report. Is there a second for that, please? Councillor Humphreys, speaking to the referral to staff. Councillor Gartner, Tom Perry. Councillor Tom. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Councillor Gartner. First, apologies.
Thank you. I'm looking at the arborist report, and you know, it's talking about explanation of actions. Removal is required to accommodate new landscape. Removal is required to accommodate new landscape. 3 and 4 are the same. Number 5.
Okay, that's not really speaking to the referral.
Well, it's
For
not
a town-
saying here.
it's for a
but
town
it's-
arborist report.
Thank you, but the report is not saying that these trees are diseased or damaged. So I don't. Why would we do that?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tom Perry Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'm happy to support the referral, but I think it needs to be specific to the fact that the trees, as of right now, are healthy. But the arborist report is going to tell us whether or not that's the case. The issue at hand is whether the installation of the pool will render those trees unhealthy. And so we can't get an arborist report on one and not, and on one or the other. So the trees as they are now, according to, we have to have them measured as they are now, not as they will be. So, but a pool permit's been issued. So if we refer this back to staff and they start construction on the pool, does that change the game? I mean, I don't want to spend much time on this. I'm not a big tree restriction guy either, but the policy is pretty clear. And, we're talking about 6 trees, not 1, 2 of which aren't even on the property, I think. They're on the neighboring property. So I'm happy to refer it back to staff. Maybe we'll get some answers as to why an enclosure permit was granted when trees had to be removed, blah, 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 as I mentioned before. But is the arborist going to look at the trees as they are now, or is the owner going to install a pool in the summer and then they're going to look at it after? I mean, what are we talking about here? So if Mr. Muno can give me some insight onto that.
Mr. Muno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, subject to the solicitor weighing in, I mean, it might be my opinion, notwithstanding they've got a pool enclosure permit, they shouldn't start construction because they're in a heritage district and they need council to render a decision on a tree removal application.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, could you say, excuse me, could you say that again, please?
To you, Mr. Mayor, again, subject to the solicitor, notwithstanding the applicants have received a pool enclosure permit, it's my opinion that since they do have a tree removal application before council, being in the Heritage District, they require a decision from council on removing the trees before they actually install a pool or remove trees to install a pool. Unless they can install a pool without impacting the trees, there may not be an issue. Again, I don't know enough about the situation of the trees and where the pool is going to go. But they shouldn't be impacting the trees through the installation of the pool.
All right, thank you. I understand that now.
I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor? Yep. All I would say in addition to that is that's good because it provides clarity. The arborist is going to look at the trees as they are now. The pool won't be installed in the interim. And so the report we get back is with the health of the trees as they are currently. So I'm happy to support the referral, and that's it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're referring a set of minutes from one of our committees to an arborist. I'm not sure that's the appropriate motion to be made at this point in time. We've received the committee's recommendation. I think there's more to discuss before I think we need to have a report back, that's fine. But to refer this matter of these committee minutes to staff, it doesn't make, procedurally, it doesn't make sense to me. If you want staff to look at an item, let's have them look at it. I agree with doing so because ultimately I think I can't even speak about it because we're talking about a motion to refer. So I think the motion to refer is out of order because there's more to talk about, but really we've got a summary of committee meeting recommendations in front of us. So to refer that back to staff is out of order. The committee's made a decision.
Councillor Thompson?
Right? You're not...
I don't believe it is out of order.
through you, Mayor Dodd, to, I guess, Mr. Ramuno or is it Lisa, if the trees had been determined to be a hazard, would council approval still be necessary?
You're asking speculation on council decision.
I'm asking if they were...
You said would council...
Sorry, if the arborist...
Yeah.
Sorry. If the arborist had determined they're a hazard.
Lisa?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the way it's stated in the bylaw right now, it does not address the health of the tree. It just says any tree that's in the Heritage District.
Councillor.
Thank you. I guess, my one concern is, I know people have talked about the health of the tree, but in the arborist report, it talks about the structural integrity, and for the forest spruce trees, it talks about port of fair. I am getting to it, Councillor Perry. Hang on. And so, speaking to the referral about referring it back for an arborist report, I think it's important to speak to that issue of being a hazard tree or structural integrity, because the bylaw seems to indicate that a hazard tree can be removed without council's authority. And so it may circumvent the process with regards to the Heritage District, because the arborist report does talk to the fact that the 4 spruce trees are in a shallow location. And so I think it is important for us, as we're making a determination on those trees, to know whether or not those 4 do pose a hazard, because I also think there's a liability question for the town, that if we ignore that aspect of it, and God forbid something should happen, then maybe there may be some consequences for the town. So I think there is valid reasons to go to staff, get our own report on the structural integrity, the health of the 6 trees, and so I'll be supporting the referral.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys? You've already spoken. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Humphreys?
Just on the referral?
On the referral, yeah.
Yeah. Some good discussion in terms of liability. I mean, if it comes back that these trees, there is an issue in terms of maybe not being healthy and a problem, and we deny that, because our policy in Heritage District is to keep the trees, which I'm in favor of doing. I'm looking at, I don't know if this is part of ours or not, under 5.7 vegetation. Oh yes, 5.7 vegetation. It says here, we keep our trees, existing mature trees and other, I think we need a staff report, because it does state explicitly when you would consider removing trees in the Heritage District, and that includes disease, and to ensure public safety and health. And that is not covered in the arborist report. The arborist report is assuming something's going to be built, and are the trees going to survive it? So we need our report to comply to the Heritage District, and if those trees are healthy and there's nothing wrong with them before anything is built, then they have to remain. My opinion.
Sorry, Councillor Abel, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think we owe it to ourselves and our residents a staff report, because if we just relied on the Heritage, and I'm not saying anything about the Heritage, but if we just relied on the Heritage Committee, I mean, just look at the application for the amendment for United Church. The Heritage Committee had problems with the massing, but we relied on the staff report going forward. So, we've got to sort of play on the same sort of field. So I think we owe it to get a staff report and see what the impact is on the building of the pool, whether they're indigenous, the roots, and see how that concurs with the intention. I mean, they are going to be allowed to build that pool. Just the impact on the trees and going down the road, we want to ensure public health. So that's basically the things. And I think it's also relevant whether the tree's indigenous and in the backyard. So I think those that are in support.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to speak to the referral. My name was on the docket prior to this. Again, we're out of our order. We're out of procedure. I've got questions about the pool enclosure process.
We'll go back when we referrals on the floor.
I understand that's another reason why it's out of order, and that's my issue with.
Well, I've already ruled that it's not out of order. So if you have something with the referral, otherwise we'll move on.
All right. My separate point of order is that there was a speaker's docket. Our procedural bylaw states explicitly that when there is a speaker's docket, prior to moving towards a referral, those questions should be, speakers should be allowed to speak.
Referral takes precedence.
All right.
I don't support the referral. They can go ahead and build the pool because they've already got the enclosure permit, so I don't support the referral. Voting on the motion which on the floor is to receive the entire report and the committee recommendations within the report be approved with the exception, excuse me, of item 6A of the report to be referred to staff and report back. That's, well, because there's other things in. We've referred this specific item for the trees. Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Dahl, my understanding is that the intent of council is to refer the one item back to staff and pass the other items. Councillor Peary, with respect, if you'll allow this, Mayor Dahl, I think your problem might be with the report itself. With the procedural bylaw review, we're looking at different ways to get these recommendations in front of council in a different way so that it's clear.
I'll ask the movers of the referral, Councillor Abel, Councillor Humphreys. You're okay with what's on the screen? Pardon me? Yes.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. All in favor? All in favor of referring of the motion on the floor? Contrary? That is recorded vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
Recorded vote has been requested for item R10, that the summary of committee recommendations report 2017 be received and that the committee recommendations contained within this report be approved with the exception of item 6A of the report, which will be referred back to staff to report back. Councillor Maracas, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Maracas votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Peary? No. Councillor Peary votes no. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Councillor Gartner votes yes. Mayor Daw?
No.
Mayor Daw votes no. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Normally that would finish that item. Is there anything else in those, because we did get a little confused here, is there anything else in this particular set of minutes that anybody would like to speak to? Councillor Perry.
First, I commend our clerk on his mind-reading abilities to infer what my issue was. It wasn't that, so I just wanted that to be stated. Can I get clarity since we were speaking about it, with regards to pool enclosure permits, what is included in a pool enclosure permit?
I'll allow that latitude. Mr. Ramoon, was that you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it is for the fencing around the pool. I don't have this application in front of me, so I'm not sure what the plans identified in the way of whether there are trees identified in the rear yard, but the application is for the enclosure around a proposed pool, being the fence.
Councillor Perry.
And are pools covered off in our Ontario Municipal Building Code?
Mr. Ramuno?
No, the pool itself isn't.
And so long as the decking around the pool...
There's no pool issue in this. Okay, there's no pool issue that we're dealing with. Do you have something else in the minutes, this report that you would like to speak to?
I'll save it for new business. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That would be a much better time. That item is finished. It was referred back. Go to item R1. Someone care to put that on the floor, please? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Tom, thank you. Speakers to item R1, which is the 2018, goodness gracious, budget preparation directions. Comments or questions on this, please? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you.
Through Mayor Daw, recorded vote has been requested for the item R1, which is the 2018 budget preparation directions. Councillor Abel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Marakis? Councillor Marakis votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. That carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item R2, FS 17-032, amendments to the procurement bylaw. Someone move that, please. Councillor Thompson, thank you. Second, Councillor Tom. Comments or questions, please? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. On page 3, we're talking about purchases of less than $5,000. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Elliott, is there a process for a purchase less than $5,000?
Mr. Elliott, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is a process for under $5,000. What we have done is we've tried to streamline that process. There's an awful lot of volume of activity that goes on in that realm, and we're finding that the bureaucratic process that we had in place before was contributing to a lot of angst and distress within the organization. It was slowing things down, and so we've taken out some of those bottlenecks out of that process, which is considered to be low risk. Through our training of our staff, we've made it abundantly clear that a purchase under $5,000 is to be looked at in the context of the entire year's purchase for those goods or similar goods. So if you're buying $3,000 of plywood this month, but also can reasonably foresee that you'll be needing more than another $2,000 of plywood in the following months, that would combine to be more than $5,000, and so now you've got a different process over $5,000. And so we're trying to bring control into that process, but at the same time release the process from existing red tape.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, and I do get that from the report, that it seems a lot of staff time is being wasted. It could be used for a better purpose. But I'm just wondering, how it's decided. If we need printing supplies for $2,000, do we pick a company that we've used before and has been reliable? How do we decide that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point with this revised process, the person who requires the goods is encouraged to get 3 competitive bids if they can, if it's practical, but at the end of the day, they are acquiring a low-value purchase, and they're acquiring those goods to meet the business needs of the town, keeping in mind budget efficiency and so on. We encourage the competitive quote.
Thank you. On page 4, exceptions to the procurement processes, I mean, this makes perfect sense. I mean, we're not going to be, you know, if we've got to do payroll deductions because the government requires that, then we're not going to get a purchase order for that. That makes sense. But would council get a yearly list of exceptions to the procurement process? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Elliott.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, that is not actually a built-in program of the exceptions. Quite frankly, most of these exceptions are payments that we make on a regular basis, but there's a few that we clarified. For example, software maintenance agreements. You buy a piece of software and now you have an annual maintenance or licensing fee to pay towards that vendor each year thereafter. There was a whole paperwork process involved in getting that payment made. You bought Microsoft software, you now owe Microsoft a licensing fee every year thereafter. And so we've cleaned out some of the bureaucracy around getting those routine, clear payments made. If there is a choice of where you could get that support payment made, then it does not qualify for the exception.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you to Mr. Elliott, so my big takeaway from this report is that despite a central procurement process, not everyone was following them. That's my takeaway, and what this report proposes to do or have started to do is to really realign everyone or to rein everyone in terms of correcting what the correct bylaw is. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Elliott, is due to the incremental differences in the process used by each department and individual, has it caused any incremental devaluation of town or resident services or time resources?
Mr. Elliott?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the sense that there was any loss of value to the taxpayer. Although what did happen was because we had 6 or 7 different processes occurring, we had confusion and difficulty in sorting that out. Depends on who you're talking to. You're talking to one person in the department, you have to sort of keep track of what process they might be using compared to somebody in another department on the next phone call. And so there was difficulty in providing support. It was inconsistent when one person from one department is speaking with a colleague in another department about how they went about buying something. They go, well, that's not how we do it. And so it was becoming a concern, and there was this sense that everybody was doing their own thing. It wasn't quite that bad. Departments knew what they were doing. We knew what they were doing, but each group was doing it slightly differently. And the resulting documentation and the retention of that documentation was becoming spotty, quite frankly, and that was causing some concern from a documentation and audit perspective. And so we've pulled it back in, centralized it, we've gone through training, we've simplified it for staff, we've taken on more within procurement to simplify that for our client departments, and we believe the feedback already is that it's a much better system.
Councillor Kim.
Yes, thank you. And so normally when an organization has to rethink its processes, it's normally because an accident occurred or something went wrong, or there was a material issue that occurred. But in this case, staff is looking at this because of an internal audit or just an internal review from an everyday course of actions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's right. It was clear to us that the system was unsustainable the way it was. It was bureaucratic, it was frustrating to people, it was taking up a lot of resources to support it. And so I had an obligation to unpack that and try to find a better way of centralizing it, and in the process, see if we can't streamline the process for our clients and make it easier. When you put too much red tape in front of people, they will naturally look for ways of bypassing it, and that's not a healthy environment.
Councillor Kim, I'm also going to ask Mr. Nadeau-Rossi to comment as well. He's had input on this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also add that at the one level up higher, the root of this change and the work that we've been doing on the procurement is to enable more timely financials. Some of these backlogs that Mr. Elliott's been talking about and some of these process delays were causing us to have batch processing of things to get caught up. And we're trying to get to be an organization that has, much more accurate 30-day segments of financials. And so this was one of the barriers to that flow of information in a timely manner, was to clean up some of the procurement processes. We were confident at the end of the year they were all getting logged just fine. We were confident from reviews that have been done that we were following good procurement process, but the actual process of getting it into our accounting system in a timely manner, when we looked at that, there were changes to the procurement process that would assist us with that more timely information. So that was the higher level purpose, not some red flag or concern about proper procurement. Just wanted to clarify that.
Councillor Kim?
Just one last comment. I remember a couple of years ago when I had a motion out there about single source sourcing and piggybacking, and I had mentioned the phrase red tape, and I think I might have offended somebody, and someone said there's no red tape. And then I see in this report that to get rid of red tape. So I thought that was interesting. But I'm glad that we're improving the process, and it's going to be more efficient going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Any other comments on this item? All in favor then? Opposed? Mr. Clerk?
Recorded vote has been requested for item R2, amendments to the procurement bylaw. The report be received, that the bylaw be enacted to amend bylaw 5910-16, being a bylaw to define the procurement policies and procedures for the Corporation of the Town of Aurora at the council meeting of July 11th of 2017. Mayor Daw, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Marakis?
Absent.
Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Tom? Also absent.
Absent.
Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item R3, IES 17-034, restoration of retaining wall and stairs at the Temperance Street parking lot. This is going from Councillor Abel. You moving that? Thank you very much. Second. Councillor Humphreys, thank you. Comments or questions on this? Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Mayor, do we know for sure if this is our property? I'm just curious.
That's a fair question.
It's dangerous, so we need to do something about
Mr. Ramuno? Oh, actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Desario, pardon me.
Oh. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Daw. At this time, it is nobody's property. There are two systems in the Land Registry Office, and it's still considered to be in a registry, which means there is not a known registered owner.
Wow.
So as the town, we are applying to become the registered owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. I'm glad we're getting it repaired. I actually saw it crumble down with the water that we had earlier, so I think we need to do something for sure. Thanks.
Might explain some of the problems we have in that parking lot area back there. Fair question, though, Councillor Humphrey. Any other comments or questions on this? All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Clerk? Carry on.
Recorded vote has been requested for item R3, restoration of retaining wall and stairs at Temperance Street parking lot, that the report be received, and that 2017 capital project number 31173, Temperance Street retaining wall and stairs restoration be approved in the amount of $60,000 funded from the Roads and Related Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund. Councillor Gartner, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Mayor Daw? Excuse me, Councillor Abel votes yes, and Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes, and Councillor Marakis? Yes. Councillor Marakis votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item R4, PRCS 17-027, tax exempt status for the Sports Dome. Someone put this on the floor, please. Councillor Thompson, thank you. Councillor Tom, second. Comments or questions on this, please? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for the Sports Dome. It's a 15-year lease. We have about 3 years left on it. We've been paying the taxes all these years. It's under financial, I'm sorry, Mr. Downey isn't here. Perhaps you do know it's tax exempt status for the Sports Dome would reduce the operating budget by $51,000 a year. I'm assuming that that's taxes that the town pays through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Elliott or Ms. Worth? Mr. Elliott?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Sports Dome pays $50,000 per year in taxes. The town pays that bill.
Right.
10 of which comes back to the town as the town's portion of those taxes. So the net impact on the budget is about $40,000.
Councillor.
So, thank you. So the financial obligation is actually $41,000 a year.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Microphone, Mr. Elliott, please.
Thank you. That's.
Thank you.
We have three. To me, it was a bad agreement. You know, we. I don't know how it turned out that the town of Aurora ended up paying taxes for a private business, but we did. We've only got 3 years left. To give them tax exempt status now to save the 3 years worth of money, it means that whoever operates this dome in the future, the taxpayer won't make any money in taxes from them. It doesn't make sense. It's too long into the contract. If it was in the beginning, this might make sense, but it really doesn't make sense now, because with that status, forever and ever, this field or dome or piece of land will never have to pay taxes. That's really unfair to the taxpayer.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mayor Dodd. I don't know if Ms. Worth can answer this question or not, but I support the motion as it stands before me, but the original report that came to us in March identified the 2 facilities, and so I guess what's happening with the secondary facility? Will we see a report later on, or that's off the table?
I'll go to the CAO.
That's fine.
If I may.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we decided to separate them because the status of this one was clear, and the other one having not been assessed yet, we wouldn't be able to have accurate numbers and so on of the impact, so we're waiting for that project to be completed and impact to assess it and add it to the rolls.
Councillor?
So in future, would council anticipate having a report again with regards to the tax exempt status for the tennis dome? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marcus, Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe through you to our CAO would be better suited to answer this as well. It was my understanding, maybe this has changed, but it's my understanding that if we were to grant this tax exempt status, it would just be for the remaining term of the lease, and it wouldn't go beyond that.
Mr. Nader-Rosny?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to get clarification of that. I believe as long as the use is the same and it's considered a municipal use, that the status would remain, but I don't think it's tied to the lease. I think it's tied to the property and the use, but I don't know if Mr. Elliott would be the one to...
Or Mr. Serio?
Or either way, yeah. That would be my understanding of how these work, though.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree. I think that the agreement would just be for as long as it's a municipal capital. As long as it's been classified as a municipal capital facility, then it is able to obtain or continue to have the exemption status.
Councillor Marcus?
From what I can recall, when we last had this discussion, when both of them were in front of us, I asked the question if it would just be for the remaining of the lease, and I heard yes at that time, and so that's why I thought that this made sense. But I mean, if we grant this, and this, I mean, as Councillor Gartner stated, and this would be on that property forever, or until we decide to remove it as a one. So can I get some clarification, because I'm getting a little bit.
Mr. Nader-Rosny, please.
Mr. Chair. And again, we can clarify this further if council so wishes, but it's tied to the use. The municipality is deeming that this use is consistent with the municipal use, and we have municipal interest in the property being used as such. So as long as the municipality agrees that they have that interest in the property being operated that way, the exemption would apply. So again, we'll clarify that whether that, I just can't see that being tied to a lease. That seems to me to be difficult to capture in a lease agreement, because we could have a different party that uses it, we could have a change of a lease, and I don't believe we'd have to revisit the status as long as it continues to function the same way and the town has the same interest in its function.
Councilor Marcus?
That's it for right now.
Councilor Abel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this was not on our general committee. This has just been introduced to us.
No, it was.
Was it on? Okay, thank you. Just with the format, I'm trying to grasp the difference with consent agendas and general committee and stuff. So I apologize for not being aware of that. Now, this is on the Legion, through you, Mr. Mayor, on the Legion property. And so the land would be, the enterprise, the Sport Dome would be having a lease agreement with the Legion.
I'm pretty sure it's town property. Mr. Who might know? Oh, I'm sorry, is it in the report?
Mr. Chair, the background paragraph says a portion of the lands within Lambert Wilson Park.
It's town property.
So on the background, it says it's a soccer facility located on Legion Field. I get it. So that's my confusion. You called it the Legion Field. Okay. And to circumvent the onerous task of paying tax for this private enterprise that is collecting money, to relieve that $41,000 that we contribute to the region and to the education, if we declare this a municipal facility, we would be able to circumvent that money. Is there a time process that goes involved? Do we apply, or does it become immediate? How does that work? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Naderosny.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I'm first disclaimer, I'm by no means an expert in municipal capital facilities, but basically, as long there's a municipal capital facility agreement that has to be entered into between the entity and the municipality, and that agreement would spell out the town's interest in that and define it in such a way that this legislation allows us to declare it as being tax exempt. So I guess in that sense, the agreement could be the exact same term as the lease. In other words, the agreement could expire at the same time that the actual lease expires, in which case it would be tied to a lease. Or you could have a different arrangement where, because we own the property, we could deem it to be a municipal property. You know, there's different ways of going at it. Each situation is individual and would have a separate agreement that would make it eligible to be declared exempt from taxes at council's wish.
Councilor.
Just to help me out, the background, Mr. Mayor, through you, do we have a lease agreement on this property with the numbered company here? So they pay a lease amount? Is it a market rate?
Mr. Downey's the best one for those answers, isn't he? Mr. Elliott, do you have that, perhaps?
I can confirm that there is a lease agreement in place. It was understood at that time that the occupant of the property would not be responsible for paying any property taxes. And so here we are, a number of years later into the deal, trying to find a way of getting us off the hook for paying those on their behalf. The lease is for the period of the expected life of the bubble itself, and that's why it's expiring in 3 years. Is the expected life is to be complete at that point.
Councilor.
So I have a couple of concerns or maybe comments. One is that the Sport Dome and the Tennis Dome are operated by the same person. The Sport Dome has previously asked us for municipal capital status so that it doesn't have to pay the taxes, which it's paying the taxes at the Tennis dome, but at a below market value lease. And my understanding is that there's a lease, but we don't know if it's market value. And we're paying the taxes, but it's the same owner, and he's operating a business, we're assuming, to make money. So I have no knowledge of what the benefits are to us, to the community, to the independent third party that is operating the domes. I'm afraid that if we step in, like he's already asked us for one, and did we send that back to staff, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Nader-Rosny.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So originally we brought these two together, and in council's judgment, they were two very separate things, and council wanted them to be, the facts on each to be presented separately so they could look at them separately. This one, all the facts are established. There was nothing to establish in order to go forward, so that's why this one came forward separately, but the facts would have been the same at that time. This, I believe, is we're 7 years into this deal, I believe, or something like that. There's 3 years remaining, and there is absolutely no change to the tenant by virtue of this report. This is simply correcting, I would say, the fact that the town, because they agreed way back that there would be no taxes assessed on this, and in my view, in error, we've been paying the taxes to the region and the school system out of the town's budget. So if you denied this change, turning it into a municipal capital facility, there would be no impact to the tenant. Because we would just continue to budget for the taxes and we would pay them. The legislation affords us as a town to exempt it from taxes because we have an interest in it. It's providing services that municipalities also provide in its soccer education and other things, and so it's been ruled that the way it's set up, we are eligible to get that exemption. So why would we not save the town the $40,000 rather than contributing that to the region and to the school board? So it doesn't change anything for the tenant. This one. That's why when we brought the two together, it was probably not a good idea, because the other one, which we'll bring in a separate report, is a whole different situation, and there's an ability to start the process properly with the tennis bubble when we bring that report forward. So this is a cleanup matter.
Councillor Abel?
My concern, Mr. Nader-Rosny, thank you very much, is that if we put this into a municipal capital status, then we're somewhat obligated, and perhaps there's a liability risk for the next one coming forward. And I don't know if he's playing market lease, and I'd like to know all the facts that are sort of involved. Yeah, we did make a mistake. We thought when we said, oh, you didn't have to pay taxes, we were just talking about the municipal taxes. But we didn't realize that the region and the education were going to say, no, that's you, but that's not us. Big oversight. However, we're paying for that. I don't want to get into a situation where he could take us to court and say, well, you did it in one and it's the same operation, you didn't do it in this one. I'm paying a lease in both, and so we know that the lease he's paying at the tennis dome is below market. We know it's 20 years long. I have no knowledge of what the lease is here. I think it's only fair that if I'm going to be making a decision, and councillors, that we understand the whole thing, because when we first entered in the Sport Dome agreement, we didn't understand the whole implication when we said you don't have to pay tax. And my thought is if we give this status, we may not understand the full implications. So we may be sitting you may have a civil case saying, well, they did it in one, they can't deny it in another. I don't know. I'd like to know how much the lease is. He's got a nice deal as it is. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about what sort of implications are down the road in the long term. Because that wasn't done when this agreement was signed in 2005, and we know that's costing us $40,000 a year. I think if I'm going to make a decision this late at night, I'd like to understand all that, a full, wholesome background understanding of what it is and how it relates to the other one. I know they're separate and why they're different, and I'd like an opinion. Is there any risk in granting it for one and not the other? same owner, same agreement. Why would we allow it in one and not in the other?
I'm going to go to Mr. Nader Rosny, and that was time, Councillor Abel.
Through Mr. Chair, I don't believe that the lease value has any bearing on this because MPAC would assess the property based on its commercial value. So whether we're leasing it below market value or above market value, the assessed value of the property would be what establishes the tax rate. And so I don't think there's any risk from that perspective in terms of what the building is worth or what the lease is worth or what the agreement is worth. My understanding is that either way, we're not going to get any tax revenue. And the difference is simply whether we're giving $40,000 to the region and to the education tax, as we have been for the last however many years. The other deal, my recollection of the report is that it is very different, and you're on the first step, and they are asking for consideration of this outside of an agreement they already had in place to go forward. So there was a proposal. They were the ones that were successful in putting the tennis dome in, and now they're asking if council wants to consider a municipal capital facility. So again, it would be within council's discretion whether or not I think they wanted to give that designation to the second building, and that will be only when we present another full report with all of the details that council asked before. And again, just to close the loop on that, we can't bring that forward now because we don't know the assessed value of that until MPAC completes its assessment of the second facility.
Thank you, Mr. Nader Rosny. Councillor Perry.
Thank you. And we do have a solicitor on staff, so just through you to our solicitor, are there any liability issues to Councillor Abel's point?
Mr. Serio.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Daw, I would suggest that no, there isn't. It's exactly what Doug said, but it's on a case-by-case basis. And if the situation is the exact same, then why wouldn't council then exempt the other one as a municipal, or declare that one as a municipal capital facility? So I would suggest that, no, it's a case-by-case basis, and council has the discretion.
Councillor Perry.
I appreciate that. Through you to Mr. Elliott, this is currently a municipal property. Do we pay taxes on any other municipal properties that we are using for our own uses?
Mr. Elliott.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think some of the dilemma started with this is that we owned the field. It was, I gather, it was Legion Field is what it was called. It was not domed, and it was a municipal facility, and so there was no taxes being paid on that. We owned it, we operated it. There was no taxes assessed. It was exempt. As soon as we put a commercial operation on that with a lease agreement, it became a taxable property. This process is the process to exempt it from tax if we wanted to. In our lease agreement, we agreed that they wouldn't have to pay tax because I guess we thought that there would never be tax. And so next thing we got assessed and we were on the hook for the taxes. And so this is the process to get us out of that circle. With respect to the other one, I can't speak to all of the details, but I believe that payment of property taxes was a specific term, one way or the other, on the other property.
Councillor Perry.
And through you, Ms. Worth, if you're able to answer this, are there any options at the end of this 3-year lease, or can we wash our hands of this and move forward however we deem?
Ms. Worth.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Can you repeat that?
At the end of the 3 years,
Yep.
Can we walk away, or are there options on the site that would prohibit us from walking away? If Mr. Serio knows, great. If whoever can get me that answer.
I'll let our solicitor answer that.
Mr. Serio.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor Daw. I don't know 100%. I'd have to review the lease, but I would suggest that if the lease is terminated, normally we do have termination provisions in leases to be able to get out of things.
Councillor?
Sounds great. So this report is asking us if we want to save $40,000 over the next 3 years.
Per year.
At which point it would revert to being a municipally owned, municipally run facility, field. That would be a decision that we would make then. I have no issue. I do have an issue moving forward. It's a slight one. We're undertaking this to save $10,000 at the cost of hurting both the regional and school board to the tune of $40,000. My issue is one of sort of ethics. Is it appropriate for us to be doing that, knowing the outcome that will happen to the other government organizations? And for me at this point, that's something I've weighed, and I am in favor of that, of those savings to the residents of the town of Aurora. So again, this isn't in perpetuity. We're talking about for the next 3 years, do we want to move forward with this? It has nothing to do with the other site. I appreciate that clarification. So I would hope that we stick to the report in front of us, stick to talking about what's in order, and I would like another recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was, what was the benefit? What is the benefit to the town? But because I didn't quite understand after reading the report what the benefit was, but clearly, listening to everyone, I'm understanding the math. So my question is, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CAO or Mr. Elliott. So is this? I'm led to believe then to the operator of the dome, this is impact neutral. Is that right? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner, second time.
My question is with respect to declaring it a municipal capital facility. I mean, we're allowed to do that, I'm assuming, under provincial law, but can we just declare something and then undeclare it? It isn't, we're not declaring it for the terms of the lease, we're just declaring it as a municipal capital facility. So I think we'd have to be very clear if the owners of the sports dome decide that the dome is going to last for another 3 or 4 years and they want another lease, we just have to be very clear on what it means to declare a municipal capital facility and how easy it is to undeclare it. I don't know if you know that, Mr. Nadarozny, but we don't want to get ourselves into trouble with this in any way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know the specific checklist of items, but I do know that provided it meets those criteria, then you have to have an agreement between the municipality and the organization. That agreement would have a term, and it would spell out what items are of municipal interest that make it qualify to be a municipal capital facility. So again, that term of the agreement, when it expires, so would that status. If there's no longer an agreement in place, then, and if someone else was in there at a commercial basis, then the regular taxes would start to apply. If we renewed the agreement, and along the same lines of the services that we had originally had in place, so let's say we did a 10-year renewal for the exact same thing, I would assume that they would ask for the same condition, and we would then come back and say we recommend getting into this agreement and extending the municipal capital agreement. Facility agreement.
Councillor?
Thank you. This is a 15-year contract. I was unfortunately on the council that approved it. So we've been paying a lot of money for a long time.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Maracas.
I'm speaking for the second time. Do you want Councillor Maracas to go first?
Councillor Maracas is also second time.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. I guess it's just me, but it seems like we're overcomplicating this. For myself, I see it very simply. I think of the facility agreement no different than many different agreements that I've had a chance to see that they have termination clauses and provisions within it that should anything change. You could, I would assume, terminate the agreement and then we would have repealed the bylaw and or restate the tax exempt status. So through you to Mr. Nadarozny, would you agree there'd be provisions within in the contract that would simply say that if there are, let's call it substantive changes or anything like that, that either party would have the right to terminate the agreement?
Yes, Mr. Nadarozny?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would agree completely, because at the time that the municipal capital facility agreement is abandoned, then it would no longer be eligible for the exemption.
Councillor?
So for me, I look at it, I think the only true benefit is to the municipality with regards to the taxes, and that, you know, it is completely different. As the prior report stated, there was a number of differences between this sports dome and the other property, and that's where that report got bogged down, because there was a number of issues I remember that both myself and other councillors raised. And so that's why I asked earlier what's happening with the second one, because to me, this one was always the more straightforward one. And so I'm in favor of the tax exempt status, saving the municipality some money, and should something occur in the future, we have the right provisions to take the necessary steps. So simple to me.
Councillor Maracus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I want to thank our CAO and our solicitor for clearing up some of those some of the questions I had. I think it does make this pretty straightforward, and I think if we could go back to the beginning when this was first introduced, I'm sure we would be making a different decision. But unfortunately, we are where we are, and I agree. It's for this one specifically. It's we're saving the taxpayers $40,000 at the end of the day. So I do think it's a no-brainer. I just did have those concerns of whether it'd be stuck there forever, or whether we can look at making those necessary changes, and my concerns have been, have been answered, and I'm fine moving forward. And I wish we could go back in time and make a different decision, but unfortunately, none of us were sitting at this table at that time. Except for one, but. We all know one vote can't decide the whole decision. So anyways, I'm in favor of moving forward with this.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? Recorded vote was called for, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Recorded vote has been called for item R4, which is the tax exempt status for the sports dome. Councillor Kim, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Maracus? Councillor Maracus votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. And Councillor Gardner? Yes. Councillor Gardner votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to item R5, PRCS 17-029, purchase order increase. I thought I said for the 2018 Girl Guide cookie program, but I must be getting a little munchy here. Purchase order increase for the 2018 program guide production and delivery. Someone put that on the floor, please. Thank you, Councillor Tom. Second, please. What, no one likes Girl Guides? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Comments or questions? Councillor Abel.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at the background. It's $38,000 increase in the budget. What is the budget? What is that being added to? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. It's $38,000 is the annual cost to produce three guides per year. So this is a 3-year contract. So we're just executing our 3rd-year option.
Councillor?
Well, that's great. So how many homes does this go to? And it goes through the banner, I think.
Ms. Worth?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It does get delivered through the banner. It goes to every household in Aurora, I'm sorry. And we get additional copies at our facilities, as well as the Welcome Wagon has copies for our newest residents. So we try to make sure that everybody gets one.
I'm guessing 20,000?
Ms. Worth?
I believe at this point, our home distribution numbers from the banner are about 18.5.
Yeah.
Because we're getting about 20,000 copies of the printed guide in total.
Right. I'm just figuring out at $2 a guide, a lot of the revenue is recovered, and so it's a good, to me, it's a good investment. So I'm in favor of going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Any other comments on this item? All in favor, please? Opposed? Mr. Clerk?
Recorded vote has been requested for item R5, which is purchase order increase for the 2018 program guide production and delivery. Councillor Tom, how do you vote? Yes. Counselor Tom votes yes. Counselor Kim? Counselor Kim votes yes. Counselor Maracus? Counselor Maracus votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Counselor Thompson? Yes. Counselor Thompson votes yes. Counselor Gartner? Yes. Counselor Gartner votes yes. Counselor Abel?
Yes.
Counselor Abel votes yes. Counselor Peary? Yes. Counselor Peary votes yes. And Counselor Humphreys? Yes. Counselor Humphreys votes yes. That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item, R6, Communications Report Number 2017-06, Summary of Committee Recommendations. Someone put that on the floor, please. Councilor Maracus, thank you. Second. Councilor Humphreys. Comments or questions on this report? Councilor Abel?
Mr. Mayor, and through you, where is Atkinson Park? Just approximately.
Ms. Worth?
I'll repeat the
Atkinson
question.
Park.
Where is that approximately?
Your microphone's not on.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question at this point. I don't have an update.
Perhaps I could ask someone through the Trails Committee.
Anyone in the Trails Committee know where Atkinson Park is? Google.
Is that Mackenzie Marsh waterfowl habitat?
Councilor Maracus? Councilor Maracus?
It's over,
Councilor, please.
it's over off of 12 Oaks and behind 12 Oaks and running along Old Young, comes out to St. John's.
So the south side of St.
So,
John's.
yeah.
Thank you.
South side of St. John's, kind of, yeah.
Councilor Abel? You're welcome. Any other comments or questions on item R6? All in favor of a recorded vote? Recorded vote, please.
Through Mayor Daw, recorded vote has been requested for item R6, Summary of Committee Recommendations Report 2017-06. The report is received and that the recommendations contained within the report be approved. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Not here. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Maracus? Yes. Councillor Maracus votes yes. And Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion to extend the hour, please. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Maracus, all in favor?
Recorded vote.
I don't think Councillor Abel is.
No, I'm joking.
You're joking? Yeah. All in favor? Oppose? That is carried. Thank you. Item R7, FS 17-035, Interim Operating Budget as of May 31st, 2017. Someone put that on the floor, please. Councillor Thompson, thank you very much. Councillor Tom, comments or questions on this? Seeing none, all in favor? Mr. Clerk?
Recorded vote has been requested for item R7, Interim Operating Budget Forecast as of May 31st, 2017, and the report is just being received for information. Mayor Daw, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Maracus? Yes. Councillor Maracus votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item R8, FS 17-036, Delegation of Authority to Award Contracts. Someone put that on the floor for us, please. Councillors Gartner and Maracus, comments or questions, please? Seeing none, all in favor? Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
recorded vote has been requested for item R8, delegation of authority to award contracts. The report is being received that during the period of July 12th to August 31st, 2017, the Chief Administrative Officer be delegated the authority to award contracts as a result of bid solicitation that normally requires council approval, and that a report be submitted to council outlining the details of any contract award pursuant to this authority. Councillor Humphreys, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Maracus? Yes. Councillor Maracus votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. And Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move along to item R9, PBS 17-058, Community Improvement Plan Incentive Program application for 46 Wellington Street East. Someone put that on the floor, please. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Peary, thank you. Comments or questions on this? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern with this, and got some information from Mr. Ramuno, is that we could grant the heritage component, the heritage property tax relief. The house is only listed, so they could take advantage of the 5 years of tax relief, and then they could turn around and ask for the property to be demolished. And I think through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno, I don't believe the heritage property tax relief specifies listed or designated. It applies to both.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The CIP program within that priority area applies to both listed and designated properties.
Councillor?
Thank you. I definitely think we have to amend that going forward to make it only designated properties, because a listed property is not protected. So I think it's too late for this one, but that's a big concern. That would be a big waste of taxpayers' money if they turned around and tore down the house.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'm not sure who best to address this with. I just want to know whether or not there is some sort of time sensitivity, because I noted that this was at the committee at July 4th, and yet 2 days later it's on our agenda. So it would seem to be a record to get this onto the agenda, unless that's the new standard by which all staff are going to respond. But is there a time sensitivity to it? That's why there's a 2-day turnaround? It says under advisory committee review. It was on July 4th, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there was a quick turnaround here. The applicant does want to proceed with the renovations, and because of the summer break, we tried to get this on for this committee cycle, or for this council.
Councillor?
Thank you. And just a general comment about the program itself. You know, I know when we initiated it last term, there was, considerable thought and effort put into it about, how it would help as one of an additional components to the revitalization of our promenade area. And it's just, to some degree, it's disappointing to see that this is only our third application over a 4-year period. And so, I hope that the council's decision to bring on an economic development officer and to make some of the changes that, we're going to, I guess, get back out there and promote plans such as this, because to really, for the town to really, or the community to benefit from these type of programs, we need more than one application a year kind of thing. Otherwise, I don't think that the residents are really getting a return on that investment. So I look forward to, an enhancement to this program going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'd just like to speak to the heritage property tax relief portion of this. Councillor Gartner made a good point. Often at the Heritage Committee, we'll receive an application to demolish or an application to remove from the list. And a lot of times the Heritage Committee will say, although it's on the list, it's not worthy of designation, and so we'll have it removed from the list. So I don't think the intent of this program, though, is to give heritage property tax relief to properties that aren't worthy of designation. Because if someone was going to apply for this house to be, say, removed from the list, and it is removed, then why would we provide them with a heritage property tax relief if the committee or council doesn't believe it should be worthy of heritage designation? So again, maybe it's too late for this one, but I think that should be changed or looked at, because, or at least council should be provided with a the breakdown of the property to determine whether or not it would be designated or not. I just think to make because it's listed, to make an assessment on it doesn't necessarily mean that it's worth preserving or designating and saving. I think that list is there to ensure that houses aren't demolished before the committee and council reviews whether or not it should be designated. So that's just a comment, but I think moving forward that has to be looked at, because why on earth would we give someone $4,000 a year if the house isn't worthy of? I'm not saying it isn't in this case. I'm just saying in general terms, if it isn't and it wouldn't be designated by this council, then why would we give them a tax relief for it? So perhaps in conjunction with Councillor Thompson's requests for, with respect to the community improvement plan, there could be some sort of a memo or report provided to council on this subject moving forward. I don't think it requires a motion. I just think, councils, or at least I'm asking for that. So,
I think Mr. Ramuno could take that as direction and
sure,
go back to the economic development.
That's fine. A memo soon would be great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Peary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The work undertook was on the windows, soffit fascia, trough, front porch, masonry, signage, and back awning of the property. The work that was undertaken, did it contribute to or take away from the heritage aspects of the property?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, these are the proposed works. And again, it would add to the property. I mean, it looks like it's in pretty good condition now, but these improvements would only add to, we think, ensure future preservation and enhancement of the property.
Councillor.
And would the grant ever be offered, the heritage property tax relief grant, would it be offered in situations where the works are undertaken take away from the heritage value of the property? So let's say you've got a nice old building that you're choosing to stucco because it's easier to maintain, it's cheap, as opposed to fixing the bricks. Would the heritage grant be given at that circumstance?
Mr. Ramuno?
You, Mr. Mayor. No, that's a good question. That's one of the considerations when we do evaluate these type of proposals. The proposed work would need to be in keeping with the architecture of the property. So obviously, if it was going to detract from the architecture of the property, we probably would, suggest that other materials or other renovations would take place in order to be eligible for the program.
Councillor Perry?
Through this program, we're also requesting that the applicants can follow through on a legal agreement with the municipality.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's correct. With any with any application, we enter into an agreement.
And are there any clawback if, let's say, the grant is if the building that receives the grant funding is up for 6 years, 7th year they decide to tear it down, are there any clawback provisions in those agreements?
Through Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Gardner's point, that's something that we're going to include in the agreement, that in the event that, again, a future owner or this owner, in year 2 or 3 comes in with a demolition application, obviously we can cancel a program. And the other option council has is to, depending on the condition of the property, not approve the demolition or even move towards designating the property as a heritage property under Part 4. So a council will have options.
Councillor.
Thank you. I guess I have a bit of an unfair advantage understanding CIPs really well through my work. A lot of those questions, Mr. Ramuno, are best practice, so things to consider, and there is going to be a report that's signed after this, so I think there's an opportunity to include those provisions within that agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
My question's been asked.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Mr. Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, so who ends up making the final decision on these amounts? I mean, there's a maximum up to 15,000. I noticed the list of things he wants done, soffit and fascia, trough, not roof. So just a brief question there.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the amount under the facade grant program is a maximum of 15,000, and so it's evaluated by the committee, and they determine the amount of work. And obviously, they're only eligible for a maximum. I think the total amount of work that was eligible under the program was about $34,000, and so we would contribute. Should council approve it, it's the maximum of 15,000.
One time?
One time. That's for the facade improvement program. The tax relief is over a 5-year period, and our estimate is approximately 4,000 a year.
And it says between 10 and 40%. Who makes the decision how much it's going to be? Assistance of 10 to 40% of taxes.
That's correct, and that was a recommendation of staff to recommend the high end of 40%.
Councillor?
So this council makes that decision.
That's correct.
Based on your recommendation.
Correct.
Thank you.
No other comments? I'll record a vote, Mr. Clerk.
Recorded vote for item R9, Community Improvement Plan Incentive Program application 46 Wellington Street East has been asked for. Councillor Peary, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Maracas? Yes. Councillor Maracas votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Councillor Gartner votes yes, and Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last item is R11. It's a memo from myself, just listing the 2017 Student Academic Achievement Award winners. Just a motion to receive, please. Someone put that on the floor. Councillor Thompson and Maracas, any comments or questions on that? Mr. Clerk?
Recorded vote has been requested for item R11. This is a memorandum from Mayor Daw for the recipients of the 2017 Town of Aurora Student Academic Achievement Awards, and the report is being received. Councillor Gartner, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Maracas? Yes. Councillor Maracas votes yes. Councillor Abel? Yes. Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Tom? Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. And Councillor Humphreys. Excuse me. The motion carries.
Thank you. Councillor Abel, may I pass the chair to you, please? And I would request a waiver of procedural bylaw to bring my motion forward tonight. Is there a second? Sorry, that's your job.
Mayor Daw would like to bring his notice of motion forward, a waiver of procedural bylaw. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kim, thank you. Do we have comments and questions? No? Just to bring it forward? Is it time sensitive? Councillor Tom, the mayor has acknowledged it is time sensitive. But go ahead with your question.
I'd just like the mayor to elaborate on why we have to waive procedural bylaw for this. Why is it so time sensitive?
It did not come from the authority in time to put it on for the GC cycle, so it came right to council. And it is, the authority, pardon me, wishes to have it back by September, and whether we may or may not have a council meeting in August, so that is why.
Thank you. Councillor Tom?
I appreciate that explanation, although I just think it would have been a good courtesy then to maybe let, I don't know, council know that this was the intention perhaps, because I actually didn't research, assuming that today, that when this was added to the agenda, assuming that this is going to be on a next council agenda meeting, I didn't really look into it. So, you know, I know that's the whole point of notices of motion. You give council notice and then we can do our research and then discuss the motion. So that wasn't really done in this case, but so that's my comment. I don't think I'm in favor of moving it forward, but if it has to be in before September, then I guess that's redundant. But it just would have been maybe a courtesy to let us know ahead of time that that was going to be the case.
Just for the record, this is not the first time this term that we have waived for notice of motion on a time-sensitive area. So, and okay, so I'm looking for 2/3 majority, but Councillor Maracas, would you like to comment on the waiver of procedure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's till September, don't we have a meeting in August? So why can't we just follow our proper procedure? I agree. I mean, if the time sensitivity is not till September, we have a meeting in August. So I don't see why we need to waive the procedure then.
CAO. I'll ask the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a possibility that we might not have to have a meeting in August. That's why you earlier passed the authority to move certain procurement matters forward. Those are the only things that would actually require a council meeting. We're not certain of that, so that's the way that one was worded. But if we don't require the meeting, then this would wait till September, unless you want to have a meeting just for that one item, that one motion, and any procurement items that exist.
All right, thank you, Mr. CAO. I'm going to ask all those in favor. We need 2/3. Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That carries. Opposed? It's great. Do you want a recorded vote, Councillor Perry? I'll see that as a no. So Mayor Daw, I've asked if you're going to put this forward. I'll look for a seconder for this. We have that. Councillor Kim did say so. Thank you. I'll put the floor to Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Township of Ramera has decided that they do not want to be a member of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. And I did get a question actually from Councillor Kim a few weeks ago, and I answered that, but I'll reiterate that the only way that a member municipality of the authority can leave is for the authority to be dissolved. And then it would be reconstituted, assuming that was the will of the remaining parties. So as a result of them feeling that they do not wish to be a member because they don't believe they're getting value, they have not paid their levy, which is approximately $44,000 a year. And there was also a letter distributed by Mr. Mike Walters, CAO of the authority, that they have received, I think it was the 38-to-1 benefit in terms of the levy money that they have invested. So this is simply, they're looking for support from their member authorities, from their members, excuse me, the authority members, to go to the Mining and Lands Commission in order to request that it order Ramera to pay their levy.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask for, oh, I see, I got to look up there. Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Kim.
Thank you. Just on that point, Mayor Daw, I know you sent some emails around, including the letter, and so there was some background, but it didn't really go into any more details other than the town of Ramera saying that they didn't see any value. Has there been any further conversation with the township for them to, I guess, you know, provide in a little bit more detail what they mean by no value?
There has been a lot of discussion, and most of it has been in closed session at the authority, so I'm not at liberty to go into most of those details. But the Township of Wimmera believes that the criteria, as they say, enforced by the authority, but it's actually provincial criteria, is stifling their growth. And so they don't want to have that, but the reality is that if they actually managed to leave the authority, they would then be under the direct direction of Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests, which would be far more severe actually than working with the LSRCA.
Thank you.
I'll go to Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that answered my my question, which was I believe every municipality is provincially legislated to have proper risk management done by the conservation authorities, and our conservation authority is the LS RCA or LACIMCO, and so my question was, which organization would Wimmera be leveraging in order to get their land risk assessments before development and planning? And so I guess if you're saying it's Ministry of Natural Resources, are there any other municipalities that are directly under the influence or guidance of the Ministry of Natural Resources?
Just talk loud.
Good question, Councillor. I suspect there are. I'm sorry, I do not know who they might be, so I cannot give you any examples. There's 36 conservation authorities in Ontario, and the majority of communities are associated with one of those authorities. So I'm sorry, I off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
To Mr. Mayor, so this motion then is to really just give our support to obtain the 1 year's worth of membership premiums, and after that, would it mean that potentially that the LSRCA would need to their operating budget could conceivably go lower, and that you don't need as much staffing because a significant member has quit, and so would our premiums go up significantly in subsequent years, or would it still be the same because their operating budget is lower because they may need reduced staffing because one significant client is gone?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's a rather complicated question. The reality is that because the Conservation Authorities Act does not allow for a member to leave the authority is still providing all the appropriate services to the Township of Wimmera. So we are still providing resources, the conservation is still providing services to the Township of Wimmera. It is still costing the authority money, and the fact that they're not paying the levy comes back on all the municipalities that are currently members and who have paid their full levy. Now, the impact directly on Aurora, quite frankly, would be minimal. It's $44,000 over 7 municipalities in York Region. So all things being equal, it would be roughly 1/7 of that. But it's still an impact, and it's one that we should not be asked to absorb.
On the, the minimal context that we have, given that it's within closed session, I'd be inclined to vote for the motion and leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask Mayor Daw how much was the amount that would be put forward to us. So I thank you for that. But I think that they should pay their full share if they've received those services. The other part about whether they're right for leaving or not, I think that's a discussion for a different time. And I would like to get more information on the fact of why they definitely want to leave and what's transpired in that. So if we could get that at some point when it does become available, that would be great. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions, comments? I'll just comment that I think it's important that, Mayor Daw is the chair of the conservation, and a call of support to the benefits of the conservation is important. So I like the timing of this, and I'm in full support. Would anyone like a recorded vote?
Recorded vote has been requested for item 7A, which is a motion from Mayor Dow regarding the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. Councillor Tom, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Maracas? Yes. Councillor Maracas votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Kim? Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Yes. Councillor Gartner votes yes. And Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. The motion carries.
All right, and thank you very much. That carries, and I'll pass the chair back to Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Appreciate your support. Council, it's 11 o'clock. May I have an extension? I'm going to suggest for 10 minutes. I think that should do it. Councillor Thompson, second. Councillor Abel, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to the regional report. Pardon me. Someone care to put that on the floor? Councillor Thompson, thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Humphreys, any comments or questions on the regional report? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. It was noted in the regional report that the composition remains unchanged. I know it was before Aurora, and I assume it was before all the other municipalities. Can you give any more details on how the other remaining municipalities voted with regards to it? Were the vast majority of them opposed, or?
The vast majority were in favor of keeping it as it is. I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I don't have an exact number. Anything else? Well, then I'll take an opportunity to point out that your friendly local mayor, if you look on page, oops, where'd it go? Darn, I can't find it now. Anyways, there's been some changes as to who's doing what, and I will be vice chair of the planning committee. Based on, thank you very much. So the fall committee and council updates. So Chairman Emerson asked me if I would serve as vice chair of the Planning and Economic Development Committee. And Councillor Maracas, you mentioned either last committee meeting or the council meeting before that about the local planning. And assuming that goes forward, looking at the local planning at the regional levels. So that's part of what we'll be looking at. All in favor of receiving in the report, please? Mr. Chair, pardon me, Mr. Clerk. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you. Recorded vote has been requested for the York Regional Council highlights June 29th, 2017. The report is being received or proposed to be received. Councillor Humphreys, how do you vote? Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Maracas? Councillor Maracas votes yes. Councillor Kim? Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Gartner? Councillor Gartner votes yes. Councillor Tom? Councillor Tom votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Peary? Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson votes yes. And Councillor Abel?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. The motion is carried.
Thank you. New business, we'll start with Councillor Peary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm surprised that some members of council find it funny, but we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a system to track our votes at council meetings that we're currently not using. You know, we put this in place. The reason I was in favor of it was so that residents are aware of how we vote on issues, and that's why we put in a system where each of our votes are tracked and accounted for. I just wanted to demonstrate tonight that I think this was a much more laborious process than when we were trying to use our computers to vote. I think that ultimately that's the way we should be moving, the direction that we should be moving in. So Mr. Clerk, September.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Dye, absolutely. September, we're planning a few upgrades in terms of voting devices for council to use, smaller monitors and things that we think will certainly improve the experience.
Through you, not a knock on you, Mr. Clerk. Prior to your arrival, we were promised a lot of timelines that weren't necessarily followed through on. So I hope September. And I hope that this process is implemented as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Kim, new business. Councillor Tom?
Following on Councillor Peary's comment there, I think the clerk and the CAO asked for council to provide comments via email on the system, so I hope all members of council have submitted their comments to the clerk and to the CAO. I asked a couple of weeks ago about the Lav Memorial for Afghanistan veterans that we have decided to put in the our War Memorial Park, and I'd just like to know what the status of that is as of right now.
Mr. Nader Rosny?
Through Mr. Chair, the last piece I saw on that is they're trying to make arrangements to get it shipped here. We've got someone that's going to provide that service, and so we're aiming to have it in there early in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I'm hopeful that those works will take place before Remembrance Day.
That is the goal.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple of things. First, I've received a couple of concerns for the Lions Park in Aurora. It's just by the George Street School, the George School. But I did want to say that Steve responded, our parks manager responded very quickly and is investigating. Will let me know. But it seems to be like that park's almost abandoned. And there's some concerns on, do we still cut grass there and so on. So I've had a few people contact me, so I just want to bring that up. But again, great response from the parks team. Very, very good. Quick question, CIP, Yonge and Kennedy, there's a building there, used to be the old Elmwood Brides. Mm-hmm. Is that moving anywhere? Does anyone know what the status is of the CIP that we did? Did they take? They moved. They moved. But
do you have something off the top of your head on that?
Through the last report was we're still waiting for their final plans to proceed before we again. I think we were granted they were granted facade improvement funding, but again they haven't finalized plans, and we keep communicating with them, trying to get a date for when they're going to start.
Thank you. I'm just a little concerned with the look of the building. I'm really getting a bit worried. So hopefully they'll bounce that. And that's it for now.
Councillor Abel, new business? Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question to Mr. Amuno. I apologize if I've missed this on the town email. The Heritage Advisory Committee approved on Mosley Street an application that with specific parameters. The owner has gone ahead and changed the plans that were presented to the Heritage Advisory Committee. So through you to Mr. Mino. Mr. Mino, is there any power that council has if, and then of course the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes went through council, so council approved this redesign. Does council have any recourse when a property owner does something like that?
Mr. Muno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, it's always a challenge in how to proceed, going down that prosecution course. With respect to that specific property, I've met with the applicant, and he's provided his explanation. He's submitted revised drawings, and he's actually requested to delegate at the next Heritage Advisory Committee meeting, July 17th, to provide the committee with his explanation.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Muno. I think it's something that council needs to look at as a council when it approves specific plans and then they're not adhered to, it's really contravening a council decision. Thank you. I look forward to that meeting, Mr. Muno.
Councilor Marcus, new business? Then we'll go public service announcements, and I'll start with you, Councilor Marcus. Okay, Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is further to the textile collection. I don't know if we still have textile collection, but we have textile bins at 4 buildings. At the ACC, at the SARC, at the Leisure Complex, and even at the library. So it makes it very convenient for people to drop off textiles as long as they don't smell. And actually, it benefits the taxpayers because the staff goes through the goods, and things that are worthy get sent down to a store in Toronto, and we get paid for those. And we also get paid, I believe, by the weight of the textiles that we recycle. So please spread the word.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Councilor Thompson, PSAs?
Just a general one. Canadian Blood Services held a blood drive at Our Lady of Grace yesterday, and so as always, they always need more people to give blood. Again, their supplies always seem to go low during the summertime, so it's just an encouragement for everyone to get out and give some consideration to give blood. If you're interested where the nearest clinics are, you simply just go to blood.ca and type in your address, and they'll tell you where they all are in the vicinity of your community.
Thank you. Councilor Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and just would like to extend an invitation to everyone to attend the Aurora Summer Music Festival. It is at the Town Park. It's a free event, and they've got a very exciting lineup, and there will be food and beverages, and hopefully everyone will enjoy celebrating Canada's 150. So look forward to everyone being there. Saturday, August 5th. In the Town Park from 4 till 10.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. Tomorrow night there's the music in the park, but I wanted to add that a couple of special treats. We have a farmer will be there tomorrow night selling some really wonderful strawberries. It's that time of year, so extra treats tomorrow night. Farmers market, as always, 8 to 1 on Saturdays at Town Park, and lots of great things. I heard that last weekend was a fantastic weekend with Carrie's Place 10th anniversary, and I'm sorry that I could not be there, but I heard it was incredible. And just a comment, a thank you to our programs, Camp for Kids. I'm getting some really great feedback, and I have one little one that goes, and it's incredibly run. Really well. And quick thing happened today. There was a problem with the elevator at ACC, and I was a child in a wheelchair. The elevator wasn't working, but within literally 3 minutes, somebody was there, took care of it. Little guy got to enjoy the program. So I just want to say thanks again for staff. Your response to things like that make a huge difference. The mom was just beside herself and thought her little one was going to miss out, but great stuff. Thanks. I don't want to go home.
Councillor Tom. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw Spider-Man Homecoming last weekend, and I just wanted to, it fell short of my expectations, but I would still recommend it for people.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Better or worse than Wonder Woman?
Along you saw it at the Aurora Theatre. Councillor Perry. Just a couple of quick ones given the time. As Councillor Humphreys mentioned, concerts in the park tomorrow night. And tomorrow night at the break at about 7:45, we'll be announcing the 2 bands who are playing at Ribfest. So be sure to come out and hear who the bands are. And we'll keep it to that. Council, we have 4 bylaws. Councillor? Well, we're running up against time. Can you do it in 3.5 seconds?
The 22nd, we're having this big dance party at the Aurora Community Center, so tell everybody we've got to have the place packed, and it's free.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. We have 4 bylaws. Someone put those on the floor, please.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, call them.
D separately.
I'm sorry, C or D?
D.
Thank you. Okay, so then A, B, and C. Councillor Thompson, second, please. Councillor Maracus? Thank you. All in favor, we're calling items or bylaws A, B, and C. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. D?
Recorded vote, please.
On D? Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Recorded vote has been requested for bylaw D on tonight's agenda, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 16. Councillor Abel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Abel votes yes. Councillor Gartner?
Councillor Gartner?
Councillor Gartner votes no. Councillor Thompson? Yes. Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Kim? Councillor Kim votes yes. Councillor Peary? Yes. Councillor Peary votes yes. Councillor Maracus? Yes. Councillor Maracus votes yes. Mayor Daw?
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Humphreys? Yes. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Tom? Yes. Councillor Tom votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last item is the confirming bylaw. Someone move and second that, please. Councillor Tom, Councillor Kim, all in favor? Contrary? That is carried. Adjournment. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gartner, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Good night.